Yo,
Hello,
what's going on, Grae?
We are back.
Yeah.
I'm good.
All right. So, Grae, me and you, this red shirt thing, we did not coordinate. All right. We did not coordinate the red shirt. All right. All right.
Yeah.
So I didn't call up Grae like, hey, Grae, yo, you got to wear a red shirt because I'm wearing a red shirt. All right. It's not like that. It's not like that. But yo, we're back. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Hopefully my audio is okay. I moved to a different room, so hopefully it's not too echoey.
Yeah.
But
Fine.
yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, we have some people who are hanging out. Let's see. What's this? Argo's hanging out. It's a Q. The Smithers. It's a genophobia. Gynophobia. I don't know what that is. But yo, you have Marley's hanging out in the chat, and we have just JK. We have Denny Tate hanging out. We have Nagranaw hanging out, and yeah, Alan Voss always calling us gay. That's always a good message to come into. We're late for like 1 minute, man. We're 1 minute late because I was waiting for Grae to get the stuff ready.
I can already hear Phil and our guest chopping off, so I might as well restart my router. If it's chopping off that early, I might as well just restart.
Yeah, and yes, Cole Hauser's hanging out. What's going on, Cole Hauser? Hope you're doing well. We got Anonymous already hanging out in the chat, and yes, we're also live on Rumble. Yes, Argent Sable's hanging out at Rumble. And Emily Kruger says, Happy Easter. Yo, happy Easter to you, Emily. Yeah. Happy Easter, everyone. Hopefully everyone's doing well. We're going to talk a little bit about Easter, just a little bit. But yes, we're going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff. The bunch of Black Girl gaming stuff, bunch of Microsoft stuff, Stellar Blade demo, X-Men episode 3, X-Men 97 episode 3. We're going to talk about that and a whole bunch of other stuff. So before we get started, would you kindly smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share this videos with your friend, and yes, we're also live on Rumble, so check us out on Rumble if you guys want to. Yes, we're also live there. And yes, before we move forward, if you guys would like, go ahead and check out some of our Project Eggroll merch. Right over here, we got our Dragon Ball Z shirt, and there's also stickers. Actually got a sticker right over here. Yeah, there it is. You got the sticker right over there. Pretty cool. It actually came out pretty nice. It's actually a pretty cool sticker. So if you guys want some stickers, you guys can get some. And you can get our Asian shirt. If you didn't know, I'm wearing it. I'm wearing the Asian shirt. So if you guys want to get your Asian shirt, it's pretty cool. You're going to walk around and people will not call you racist or anything like that, or give you the side eye for wearing that shirt. Or you can get some of our other merch, such as the Project Eggroll. They're Asian and they have a podcast shirt, and Project Pornhub. And then you got Chinks for Trump, and you have a Project Eggroll shirt. But if you guys want that, do use promo code Asian at checkout to get yourself 20% off of your order. And if you guys do want some coffee, check out our affiliated link down below. Coffee, brand coffee. Do use our link because we do get a kickback. And use code Asian to get yourself some savings. But yes, man, we're gonna talk about a whole bunch of stuff. And with some weird Joe Biden stuff we're actually going to talk about. Talking about that and a whole lot more. Please welcome back our guest, Dan. How's it going, dude? Hope you're doing well.
What's up, guys? What's up, chat? Hail the fellowship.
Man?
Roll. Let's go.
Yo, so for people who don't know who you are, people who are showing up for the first time, who are you and what do you do, man? Of course, you can elaborate on whoever you are, but man, who are you? What do you do?
Hi, guys. I'm. My name is. Well, I won't tell you my name. Phil will use it, but I'm a probably about 6 or 7 year veteran of the animation industry, which that's not very long. I've been freelancing for about the last 3 years since lockdowns began. Working regularly while everyone else is striking. And so, yeah, and I'm a fan of, I grew up with Star Wars. I grew up with Indiana Jones. I am the generation that is now supposed to be making this stuff and bringing it back. But yeah, we're not being served very well. The things we loved as kids is being remade, and they're changing everything for the modern audience, which apparently sucks if it existed. And yeah, so I get to watch as all my favorite IPs that I grew up with burn in flames from incompetence, just like you guys.
Yeah, yeah, that sucks. But yeah, but thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you back on. And so let's go ahead and talk a little bit about X-Men. Dan, I told you that we're going to be talking about the X-Men. Did you watch it? Did you do your homework before you came on?
I did do my homework. I even have my You hear that? My notes. Yeah. I didn't want to watch it. Just hearing all the stuff about it. Again, another one. I didn't grow up with this. In the '90s, I started high school, but it still was one of my favorite shows, and it was one of the best between this one and Batman and the animated series. These were like the best things on TV, and it was so good. And then Spider-Man came out a little bit after that, still really good. You can still find them, I think, on either YouTube or Disney Plus. But yeah, and so when I heard it was coming back, I was immediately just rolling my eyes because they said that before. They brought He-Man back. They brought they tried to bring Thundercats back, and every single time they fucked it up. Oh, sorry, first minute. Now we're not. Now we're not monetized. Sorry, everyone.
It's fine.
So now it's at the point of how many times can they bring something that I used to love back and completely screw it before I start just rolling my eyes every time they announce something. So they announced this. Yeah, the trailer looked neat, but I had no hope for it, and I wasn't going to give it a shot. And then, Phil said, well, "Hey, we're talking about this, so let's give it a shot." So I did, and it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It wasn't great either, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Grae, did you watched it, right?
Yeah. It's like it's kind of diminishing, sadly. My my sentiment towards the show. It's like, how many episodes is this? 8? Is that why things are going super, super fast? It's like suddenly episode 3 became super rushed. Everything became super fast. I was fine with the plot, but it's like it's mega. It's everything. Everything's so instantaneous. Maybe it's just 8 episodes a season. That's why. But yeah, it's working against it, in my opinion.
Yeah. But yeah, so we're gonna talk about it. So whenever we are gonna be talking about it, I'll bring this thing up right over here. X-Men 97 episode 3 spoilers. But Grae, you got to hang out with someone really cool yesterday, right?
Yeah, and I didn't take pictures. I forgot.
Yeah. So there was no evidence.
Yeah, no. Well, he did mention it before we met. I believe I was tagged on our Discord that Andrew mentioned it in his live stream. So he'll probably talk about it again. So yeah, I met Andrew, Legal Mindset, yesterday in here. He's here in the Philippines. So yeah, I got to know him a lot better. It's like what's his actual work aside from Legal Mindset and stuff. It's actually pretty interesting because like he brings in people from the West who wants to take a tour around Asia, who are kind of intimidated, who don't know how to make an itinerary. So he makes it for them and he goes with them and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. So that's why he travels around to Bangkok, Korea, and it was his first time here in the Philippines. So he said he really, really liked it here, to the point that he wants to rent an apartment here. So maybe I'll be seeing him a lot more frequently, actually, if he continues to, visit the Philippines. Because like he wants to experience, he wants to experience like all the food and all the regions he hasn't been to, like probably Boracay or Palau and stuff like that. But yeah, Andrew, really nice guy. And yeah, he's actually, there was some stuff about him that I didn't. He actually, because like he's wearing the suit all the time, right? When he's on the webcam, I didn't think he would have a huge tattoo in his arm. He actually has a huge tattoo in his arm, which is surprising. But yeah, really nice guy, and there's a high chance we'll meet again. If assuming what he's saying when we met. But yeah, we talked about JRPGs and stuff going on in pop culture and his stuff in his channel. But yeah, overall, really nice guy. And next time I'll take pictures as evidence. Someone remind me.
Selfies, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, I'm actually like thinking about like if I didn't know he did that where he like plans people's trips out and stuff like that. So like if like me and my wife were planning on like doing a trip to like Japan or Korea, like I'm gonna hit him up. It's like, hey yo, Andrew, so we're gonna be hitting up Japan. We're gonna be there for like 2 weeks or something like that. Like how what should we do? Like in terms of, and of course he's gonna ask, what do you want to do? What are you interested in and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll probably hit him up. But that's actually really, really cool. So yeah, if you do see him again, definitely take pictures for sure. Take pictures. All right.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and talk about X-Men 97 episode 3. Here it is, chat. So if you guys want to leave, leave and you're like, oh, I don't really care about X-Men, or you guys are gonna be watching it but haven't seen it yet, feel free to leave. come back later when this banner on the bottom disappears. So let's start off with Dan. You said you only watched this episode, correct?
Oh,
Yeah, that's right.
it's
Just
the worst
because we're
one.
talking about it today.
Yeah. So I before we went live, I asked Dan, like, did you watch the episode? And he said, yes, I only watched this episode. So I had to basically give him like the Cliff Notes,
summary,
Wikipedia,
what
the
happened.
summary of what happened episode 1 and 2. So Dan, what did you think about the series overall? Since you were a big fan of the original, did this one interest you in any way?
Well, again, when I first heard about it, no, it didn't interest me. It was just going to be another bait and switch, is what I thought. Turns out it's not as bad as I was expecting. It's not as great as I remember, but it's not as bad. The look of it is great. Like the art, fantastic. The drawing, they really captured the animation style. I was worried it would be really kind of maybe too floaty or too modern, but the character designs, the art of it, really good. I didn't like the lip syncing. The lip syncing is weird. I don't remember their mouths opening quite so big all the time. So I'm wondering if they have AI doing the lip sync, which a lot of programs can do now, but they should probably clean that up. But yeah, it looks great. Looks great. Sounds great. Victoria Alonso in the credits, in the opening credits, that was already a strike one. It's like, ugh. But I guess that's
I didn't even bother anymore.
Yeah, it's like Victoria Alonso, Kevin Feige, producer, Grae. Oh, this is gonna be shit. Overall, my opinion of this, just based on this one episode, is that it's not terrible. It's not fantastic. It's okay. I might go back and watch the first two. Although now in the green room, you were like giving me a quick synopsis of what happened up to this point, and I don't know, man. That sounds shaky as shit. But yeah, I was actually surprised. Do you want me to just go through the episode? Because I can just go through.
Just
Okay.
go through what you thought about the episode.
So
like
I wrote down here, wow, Dark Jean is hot. I wasn't expecting any hot shits here. I already saw the screenshots of where they robbed Rogue of her ass. In this episode, they robbed us of Rogue completely. She wasn't there, and that was one of the detriments. Like, okay, so they take some of the powerful characters and completely remove them. Where are they? They're training. This is a spoiler full review. So the bad guy is Mr. Sinister, and he causes them all to enter this nightmare state. So the X Mansion turns into all nightmares, and that was actually really cool. All these monsters and horror things, very Lovecraftian stuff going on. Everyone's getting scared. That wouldn't happen in the Danger Room. That's supposed to be where Rogue and Magneto are this whole episode. They're just not there until the end.
If they ain't there, they fucking. That's what they.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what Gambit worries about too, right? But,
yeah.
Okay. So Rogue and Magneto. By the way, let me just touch on this. Dark Jean looks hot, and getting back to that point, I wasn't expecting something, a pretty female character, and there she was, very cool. And then here comes Magneto, and he looks gay as shit. Now, you told me that this was probably an Easter egg of a callback to an old uniform. Okay, sure, but it sucks. I don't like the way Magneto looks. And of course, they follow you mentioned Dragon Ball. They followed the Dragon Ball template of a super powerful bad guy who, now that he's a good guy, he's nerfed all the shit and gets beaten like 2 seconds. So
Yeah.
wonderful stuff. Bishop, of course, saves the day, and I never read Bishop in the comics, but I know that he was hugely popular. Seems like a good-looking character, but I have a sneaking suspicion this is a self-insert for the writer, so that's why he's like the main guy and he saves everyone. The regular favorites, the Cyclops, Wolverine, especially Gambit, they take kind of B character roles. Wolverine barely does anything. Scott is the same freaking blubbering, whiny guy that you see in X-Men 3, the movie, which is just like, that's not Cyclops, man. It's whatever. He just fucks off halfway through the movie, so that sucks. And in the show. And let's see. Oh, I thought the design for the baby was like right out of Twilight. It's like, you just had this baby. What is it? A 20-pound baby? It's huge, and it like has like an adult human face. It's just weird. And then of course we find out that's going to be Cable. So okay, cool.
So Grae, do you know what? Do you know what they're talking about? Twilight baby. Grae,
Twilight
do you
Baby,
know?
yeah.
I'm gonna
I
bring it up. It's fucking nightmare fuel.
Yeah,
Okay,
the Nightmare Baby
so
from the
this
Twilight series. Yeah.
so this is
yeah,
the
I
first one. Okay, so I'll show you. I'll show you the first one.
I
Because this
know
is
there
when
was
the
a
baby was
baby
born.
eventually. Eventually, yeah, I know about that.
So this is the baby when the baby was born.
God.
So
Oh,
this is not even the worst one. Okay,
Nope.
this is the second one when you see the baby later on.
This is not a Last of Us 1
All
cutscene.
right. Now this one is the one that you probably want to die. This is
It's
the one
Chucky.
where you're like, holy shit. This
it's
one.
Chucky.
Oh my god.
The fuck?
Now, I'm sure Team Jacob was very upset when Jacob fell madly in love with this thing. Yeah. For those who didn't watch Twilight, you missed a
Oh
lot of
shit, man. Yeah, yeah, it's like a freaking it's crazy. Yo, melodic method with the 5 gifted memberships. Yo, thank you. Holy shit, man. Yo, thank you, dude.
Thank you.
Yo, thank you so much for that. Yeah, you're late. You're late a little bit, but we're good. You're good. Just don't do it again next time. But yeah, yeah, that shit is nightmare fuel. But yeah, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, man. Thank you. Yeah, the baby came out with full set of hair. You know, like I can understand if like you're like a jump, like if you're like you that's a lot of hair for a kid. But I don't know for me when I see babies, their hair when they come out, like they don't have a full set of hair unless you're like some kind of like hardcore jungle Asian or something. But yeah, but the thing is, overall, I thought that the episode was fine. Now, I knew that they were gonna put some gay shit in there.
Yeah.
And what
I
happened was
noticed.
that you see, Morph was like changing,
Ye-
and then
Yeah,
and then there's a shower scene where
that's super
where
weird.
Yeah, I
steam
watched
starts
it on.
coming up, and then then he sees Logan, fake Logan in there. It's like, oh, do you need me to reach those hard to get spots? And they say his fucking claws come out. I'm like, oh my gosh,
Comes out. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, they couldn't
okay,
resist.
dude.
Yeah, it's like
More.
I'm pretty sure that's Bo de Mayo's work. That's
Of
Bo de
course,
Mayo
this-
putting
like-
in.
Bishop being the best ever. You know that fucking shower scene. Thanks, Bo. I know that he got fired because of his OnlyFans. I'm sure it was wholesome family entertainment. But the other thing about Morph, you know, they shoehorn Morph so they can have that non-binary thing. He doesn't seem like he seems fine. I remember him from the original. They killed him in the original, but it's one thing if you want to include him again. But wow, everyone really likes him. Like everyone on the team. Oh, Morph. What do you think, Morph? What do you say? More like they're all like deferring to Morph. So it's like it's one thing to just have him on the team, but he's like really involved, and everyone's super like, oh, Morph is talking. Let's listen. You know, we all have to pay attention to Morph because Morph is the linchpin that holds this team together. You guys.
He's the glue.
Annoying. And he doesn't seem like I said, he seems like the same kind of character before. I do like that he has that alien face most of the time. You know, he's just himself. And by the way, it's himself. He can take any voice and anything, and he chooses a guy's voice because that's his voice. There was an accidentally based moment because now there's 2 Jean Greys, right? One of them we find out the one that we've been with this whole time is a clone. The clone is the one that gave birth to the nightmare baby, right? And then there's a line in there about motherhood being their greatest power. And I wrote down, whoa, accidentally based.
Yeah,
Your
true.
one superpower that you have in real life is you create new people. Yeah, that's amazing. Well, I don't know if he meant that.
Didn't Storm was the one who said that, right?
Storm says
Was it
something
Storm?
about yeah, she did. When she was consoling Jean because she was crying for something.
Yeah, for episode 2. In episode 2, yeah.
Yeah, and then of course they take that right away because again, it was the clone who had the baby. That's the clone's baby. And at the end of the episode, she just fucks off.
Yeah. Now you can call me Madison Pryor.
That's so random. It's like
look, now you have 2 Jean Greys, you have 2 Phoenixes. There's no force on Earth. You have Magneto and 2 Dark Phoenixes on the same team. There is no force on Earth that can stop you. If Galactus showed up, y'all would just own him, and you're just gonna fuck off. You're gonna do what the Doctor did at the David Tennant's Doctor just goes away. I mean, I'm just gonna go retire. Captain America at the end of Endgame, he goes back in time and retires, and he just sits there for 40 years as he watches.
Whoa, Dan. Okay, well, on to Steve, Steve Rogers' defense. Did you see how massive her titties were? For Haley Atwell, her titties are massive. Of course, he would stay. I would stay.
There's an epidemic of simping in our space, Phil, and I stop and get help. So Scott fucks off because he sucks. Who wants to be a dad? Like, okay, I understand there's a little conflict between the original Jean Grey and the clone regarding the kid, but as far as Scott's concerned, that's his baby. But I just can't be a part of this. I can't, and he fucking leaves the room.
Yeah, he's
fucking needs him, and then Jean just picks up the baby. Well, I'll handle this because I'm Jean Grey. I'm strong and empowered and blah blah blah. So yeah, both Scott fucks off, and the true mother of the baby fucks off as well. Just goes away. So yeah, is that never going to bite them in the ass? So is there going to be a Jean versus evil Jean as she goes out and tries to make her way in the world as this clone?
Yeah.
It's just a convenient way for them not to have two genes. It's like, well,
Dan. So here's the thing. You would, if you were single and you're like, yo, I left them big ass titties back in 1940. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna live my life and have kids and have sex with this beautiful woman.
And she would stop you from being Captain America. I saw The Incredibles. The family doesn't hold you back.
He's still going to be Captain America, but the thing is that he's going to have his cake and eat it too. Okay, and he's going to eat.
Number one, number two. If I look like Chris Evans, 6 foot something, blonde, cut out of wood, you got plenty of those titties. Titties are throwing themselves at you. Okay,
that is true. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. They're throwing their pennies with their number written on it at you. So it's not even. There will be no shortage. Ever.
Yeah, it's sort of like what's that called again? That one concert with Drake and someone threw up their bra and he's like 34G, goddamn, who's this? And that girl became famous. Oh shit. But yeah, I do agree. But
so let's see, I'll wrap this up here. So so my verdict at the end is there's a lot of weird decisions that characters make that aren't the way normal people think. There's a lot of strange inserts, like the shower scene that didn't really need to be in there. But overall, it was not bad. Wasn't great. Wasn't bad. Magneto's lame and gay. Rogue and Gambit are out of the way. The favorite main characters, they do fuck all. Scott sucks. That's terrible. And now there's a clone of Jean Grey out there walking around with all of Jean Grey's powers, including the Phoenix powers, and we're never going to see her again. She will never have any impact on the world again. Well, maybe they will. Maybe season finale be Jean versus Jean, but seems kind of fucked up. It seems like they just needed to get out of jail for a free card. I might go back and watch the first two, but I have a feeling that these are like kinks in the armor, right? These are cracks in the wall. And every time you add a new crack, eventually it's going to grow to the point where the entire building falls down. We're not seeing anything right now that will bring the building down, but we are seeing cracks. Yeah. And these are big cracks. And so as the episodes come, these cracks are just going to grow, and we're going to be called back to them, and there are always going to be questions. And even if nothing happens, if we never see Jean Grey again, if Scott, never decides, okay, I'm going to be a good dad now, and he just becomes a stand-up guy, and if Storm just gets her powers back, well, then it begs the question, well, what the fuck did you do all this in the first place for anyway then? Why did you take Storm's power away if she's going to get him back? Why did you have Scott be this emotional tantrum? I just can't do this. This is too emotional for me. And he walks out on his kid, and then the kid's gone. Okay, now I'm the leader again, right? You guys? No? And then, second Dark Phoenix out there. No one's going to try to take advantage of that. And they don't. Okay, so why not? Why didn't they? That requires writers who actually care about story and care about things that might happen in the future. And I don't think they do. So I can't say that it's as shitty as I thought it was going to be. But I also can't say that I liked it as much as I liked it when I was in high school, which I grant maybe my memory is a little bit too rosy. I don't
Mhm.
think so, because in high school you're a little bit older. But it's mediocre. I'll give it a mediocre.
Yeah.
That's better than I expected to give it.
Yeah. So Marley says, didn't they try to turn Wolverine gay? Like in the original one, I'm not sure, but in this one, they're basically trying to make
Eh.
Yeah, they did.
Morph and him gay.
Yeah,
Yeah, they did in the comics. In the comics, Wolverine is bi, so him and Scott make out. That's wonderful. Isn't that great?
That's stupid, dude.
Very manly,
That's
very
so
machismo.
stupid.
They did not do that in the show, because in the show they were just telling the comic stories. They didn't give a fuck about all the identity stuff. So
Yeah. What about you, Grae? What'd you think about this episode?
Yeah,
Other than the fact that it being a little quick.
I'm on the same boat because, well, yeah, you mentioned already. It's like I would have appreciated it if the Dark Gene story arc went by about 2 to 3 episodes. Like the transition was slow, not like Thanos flip switch that she turns to Dark Gene immediately. To when Sinister Mr. Dark, I'm confused with this,
Mr. Sinister.
Mr. Sinister pulls the trigger. Okay, yeah, turn on me now. Yeah, and I don't know. Is that really her name? Goblin Queen? It's so stupid.
Yes, it is. It is. It's a comic book reference. Like even the game that I work on, like when we first brought on Madeline Pryor, and then I was watching some of the what's it called again, the videos that marketing would put out, and they'd be like, "Oh, you say welcome the Goblin Queen Madeline Pryor to your team," and stuff like that. I'm like, "Oh, okay, I guess." But the thing is, Madeline Pryor does not look like Jean Grey in our game. They look completely different. Like the hair splitting is completely different. Like her hair splits in the center, right? And then the Jean Grey splits from the side. Oh, sorry, from the side instead. So, but yeah, it's yeah, I do agree. Like her turning like from her good to like her bad side, like the evil Jean Grey, happened really fast. It's like she goes into her room, say, "I got him. I must protect my baby," right? And then all of a sudden, it's like, "Yes, come to me, come to the dark side." And then she's like, "Ah!" And she turns bad really fast, which is yeah, it does feel really rushed, at least for that. Like, if there was like an ongoing struggle between her like her current psyche and
that would
what
have been,
she's going through, it would have been better.
for me. That would have been good. Like the next 3 episodes, like focus on another plot first or another villain first. Then you can see her slowly transitioning to that person in the 3rd episode. Then they do the face off. Here, just like it's way too quick, man. Like I think like the audience needs time to absorb that kind of heavy plot, not the way that they tried to cram it in one episode. It just didn't work for me. It's again, I did notice the gay morph scene was just, it's like, oh my god, man. It's like, yeah, okay. So yeah, I think my concerns last week's like, if they do a rug pull, it's gonna deteriorate. I think there's gonna be more in the succeeding episodes.
Yes.
There's gonna be more of that shit. And
Real
yeah,
quick,
too bad.
Can I mention? As you're talking about the gay morph scene, I just realized that if Wolverine is not gay in this show, and they haven't said that he is yet, maybe he is, but let's just assume he's not. And Morph, who's everyone's best buddy, has to know this. And he walks in on Wolverine in the shower, and his first thought is, "I'm gonna go stick this up his ass." Isn't that assault? Isn't that a Me Too moment? Is this really the relationship they want to have with the mainstream? Is that like, yeah, if you're gay, you can just walk up to people in the shower and stick things up their butt?
Well, it won't be a Me Too, is because Me Too is only for women.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah, so and that's Wolverine identify as a woman. And then
yeah, we already know he's into Jean, but maybe they have that tough guy dynamic with Cyclops. Maybe he does it with Cyclops too in the show.
That's true.
Maybe,
and,
maybe.
To be honest, we don't actually know Jean's pronouns, so.
Yeah, that's true. And then at the end of the episode, you see Storm. She's at a bar, and then she's like, and then someone walks.
I don't know. His name is Forge. I have no idea.
Yeah, he's Forge. He's another X-Men. He's part of the X-Men group. I know that. Like he has in his actual costume, he has like a red headband, and he has like a bunch of tech gear. He's similar to Bishop, but not as cool. Bishop is way cooler because Bishop kind of absorb energy.
Yeah, Forge was again when I was in high school. I had a buddy who was really an X-Men, and so after the core group, my core group was Cyclops, Wolverine, and all them. But there was a group after that which included Forge and Bishop and Cable. Forge, his power is he can shape metal. It's not quite Magneto, but he can make any machine out of any scrap, which is pretty cool. So, but of course we don't know that. It's just some guy shows up. I was a little confused though because I thought they mentioned Forge when they were talking about the Bishop's armband, that his warp wristband that can send him back to the future. And Bishop mentions that he knows a guy who can who can invent anything and engineer anything. And I thought he was talking about Forge. So when he goes back to the future, and then Forge shows up in this bar, I was like, wait, what the fuck are you doing here? You're supposed to. Oh, maybe he's a future version of him. I'm confused, and I'm not confused in a good way. It's like, oh, I gotta watch the next episode to find out what happens. No, I'm just like, wait a minute, you just mentioned him before, and now he's here. So
yeah,
we'll see.
But overall, I thought this episode was okay. It was like me and Grae talked about it last week, is because Dan, did you watch The Last of Us live the HBO series?
Fuck no.
Okay, so we talked about how like in the first 2 episodes it was pretty good, right? It was pretty good, and then the 3rd episode we were fucking bait and switched over to watching a gay love story. This one was a little bit of that, right? Because you try to see like the gayness that Morph has for Wolverine.
Right. Well, it seems to be their MO. They're like, it's the bait and switch again. It's like, hey, look, we got this thing that you used to love, right? You're gonna bring your kids and watch this because we're all, I'm in my 40s, so yeah, my generation has kids now. You guys have kids. Well, not you guys. Phil has kids, but hey, this is thing that you used to love, right? And look, it's just like what you remember, right? Okay, here's gay shit. Like they sneak it in a little bit later, maybe not right away, but a little bit later. It will come. So
yeah. We're probably going to continue watching it. I think that the next they're probably going to insert more identity politics into
there's
it.
gonna be more. It's like I would give this like a 5 or a 6, down from 7 and 8 previously from the first 2 episodes. Yeah, not looking good. It's like I feel like there's gonna be more rug pulls.
yeah, I think that's fair. Same 5, 6, maybe 4.5 when I think about it. But here's the thing: is like 5 and 6. That's not terrible.
Yeah,
But
that's
hey, man,
average.
I'm watching Shogun and I'm playing Helldivers 2. I don't have fucking time for mediocre crap,
Yeah, Shogun's really good. I'm still just at episode 1, but yeah, I'm looking forward to finishing it. I might make a season 1 review for that one.
Yeah, I just finished what's it called again, episode 1 like a couple days ago, and I'm like, okay, like the reason why I watched this because the Rogue Attraction's like, oh, there's boobs in the first one. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah,
and then I'm like, all right, the story's interesting. I came for the boobs. I'm gonna stay for the story. So that's basically what's happening right now.
Dude, I don't even remember the boobs in the first one. When did that happen?
It's the courtesan the courtesan when she wanted to pleasure one of the feudal lords, or not exactly the second in command, or one of the lieutenants, I believe.
Man, you had to wait a while for that, huh, Phil?
Yeah. So like that was like fucking like halfway into the episode for me.
Yeah,
to see
that was
it.
a long.
I was like, when is it?
You guys ever see Hell go to White Castle?
Yeah, like when are these god dang freaking titties gonna happen, man?
It's like, man, what the hell's going on in this show? I'm so confused. Those tits better be stacked,
Yeah. Hey, was it worth the wait? Yeah, I guess. All right, so I think we're good with X-Men. But yeah, let's see what people are saying in the chat room. Let's see. According to Cavatenio Calvary, let's see. It's 8 episodes of compressed. It's got compressed. Hold on, something is playing. Hold on. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Some bullshit was playing on my end. Sorry. Yeah, see, 8 episodes, compressed comic storyline. Do you think it's gonna be total of 8 episodes?
According to someone in the comments, there's 7 more, so it's 10.
Total of 10. Okay, that's a good amount.
Yeah,
That's actually a good amount. Let's see. Morph died in the first episode. From what I have learned, got brought into the comics after 2001 with design used in X-Men 97. I don't know, like because that design of Morph, that design came out after, right? Because he originally looks like a dude. Like, and even one time in the episode, at least the third one, he turns into his former looking self, right?
Yeah, he does. He
Mhm.
does. He did. At one instance, like maybe 1 to 2 seconds.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's continue going. Let's see this. Yeah, shaking my head. Yeah, let's see. Argent Sable says, yeah, in the current comics, they make him bi, and then they want him to make out with both Cyclops and Jean. So basically, he wants to. He's gonna have a threesome.
Fanfic
This
belongs
seems.
in fanfic and only fanfic.
Yeah. See, Mr. Sinister character design equals red dot forehead, white Colossus. Sorry, white face Colossus with black armor with is it Digirant powers?
He probably meant Juggernaut powers.
Oh, Juggernaut powers, yeah.
But
See,
I don't know.
we'll see. Let's see. Nightcrawler saved Forge and Evolution. I didn't finish X-Men Evolution. That was the way later. Like I didn't really finish it. Let's see. Marley says, they say he's just a friend. He's just a friend. Yeah, true. Yep. Yo, what's going on, Jet Spitzer? Hope you're doing well, dude. Hail, my guy. But yes, man, does Bo DeMayo have a history with the Diddler? Do you guys know?
I don't.
Probably not. I can't imagine that Diddy was much into comic books.
Yeah. Did he do it? Didn't he?
Diddy did do nothing.
Yeah. Let's see. Waiting until Shogun comes out 4K a box set to binge it. Yeah. So far so good. But according to what I heard, it's only gonna be one season. I'm not sure that's true.
Yeah, I think so because like it's following a particular history in Japan, or one of them becomes wins and rules over Japan for this time
Also a
period.
book, and I think there's an end to the
Yeah.
book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also a book too. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about something else. Let's go ahead and jump over to this article right over here. So, I guess Microsoft has been caught up with a bunch of stuff, and the thing is, this is on the what's it called again? This is prior to the release of Stellar Blade demo, which we played yesterday. I know Grae played it a couple of days ago. I played it yesterday on stream. And Dan, are you going to play Stellar Blade?
I will eventually. That game looks like a lot of fun.
All right, so it's like a combination of, according to what I heard, Dark Souls and Nier Automata. Right, Grae? Does it feel like that to you?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's not as over the top hack and slashy as Nier Automata, but you need to be as methodical as a Souls game, because like in my playthrough I died so many times trying to get that perfect parry and perfect parry and perfect dodge, but it's so really hard to pull off. I don't know, Phil, if you had a hard time. I did. I had a really hard time pulling it off.
Okay, so the thing is, for me, halfway through my gameplay, I went to the nude, the nude outfit. So basically, it basically makes your armor like to zero. You have zero armor, right? The reason why I did that is because she looks a lot better, in my opinion. And it's not like she's actually nude. It's just it's like a nude colored armor, and it's basically no armor. But I fought the boss with it, and the pairing mechanics, like whenever it turns blue, you spam the shit out of circle, and you'll do it. It's because it's when your bracelet turns blue, when the boss does the blue ring thing, which that's like your time to it's telling you that it's time for you to blink behind the boss, right?
You should
spam circle.
Spam it. Okay. I was trying to time it.
For the parry, I spam L1 and I'll get it like 90% of the time.
Okay. Maybe I'll try. But there's a skill in the skill tree. I know you can pull them off even easier. So
yeah,
I said
max it out.
I said in my video, I recommend starting with that because it'll make the entire playthrough a lot easier if you get those first.
Yeah. But all right, so this comes to us from Niche Gamer, and it says Microsoft cautions developers to avoid curvy female characters is because those are not real. So how do you guys feel about this? About what Microsoft has to say?
It says a lot about the Fable remake, the notorious ugly ugly hero in Fable. So now we know why. If the head of marketing is mandating this, yeah, everything under all the developers under Microsoft, it's gonna have to follow that mandate. Which I hope. I don't know, Phil. You better fire that director, that marketing. It's not doing you any favors, Phil. If you want Xbox to have a better standing in the gaming sphere, you need to fire these woke people, man.
I want to
Yeah,
know
what
where
about
the
you,
body
Dan?
positivity movement is on this one. You never know. Like you can't win with these. I'm going to say these people, but from these woke women who take over these things. If they're too skinny, they're too skinny. You need real women have curves. If they're too curvy, they're too curvy. You have to make them skinnier, more like boys. You know, if she's fat, she's a 10. But if she looks like this, then well, that's just catering to the male gaze. Like you need to pick one. Ain't no one of us going like, oh yeah, that cute character near Automata's too skinny and this one's too curvy. We like them all. So these women who take these middle-aged freaking childless women who take over these franchises and then start fixing it, but there's no solution. There's no solution that works because what they're fixing is just the opposite of what their fix is. Oh, I'm going to fix this character. What's wrong with her? She's too skinny. So we need to make her curvy. This character's too curvy. Make her skinny. Why aren't there enough fat girls in here? I want girls who look like me. It's like, what do you? There's no appeasing these creeps. There isn't.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and read this. Say Microsoft urges developers not to create female characters with exaggerated body proportions on their official site to support game devs. The site titled Product Inclusion Action helps customers feel seen. So talking about all their fat fucks. they're fat. The fat freaking sewer dwelling customers.
Customers. All right, listen. I used to go to BlizzCon back in the day, especially when I worked at Blizzard. I used to go almost every year for about 3 years, and I've seen the customers. They're not Ninja Warriors. They're not Physical 100 contestants. Okay, they're all very husky. So, and they seem to have no problem with these uber, like if you know Blizzard's character design from back in the day, the hands are giant, the muscles are giant, the girls are curvy, everything's great. They had no problem playing these characters, you know, and a lot of them were in wheelchairs. A lot of the people who play the games are not what you would call gym rats. So what customers are not feeling feeling seen was never an issue. They play these games so that they can be something else for a while.
Exactly. You're right. And the thing is that, like, let's say if Blizzard or these video game character creators can give you an ability to make your character look like Lizzo, which we'll be talking about later. Would they, like these fat fucks, would they actually make their characters look like themselves? Hell no. Like, this is an escapism, right? So let's go ahead right over here really quick. This is what you get on the left, and this is what we want on the right. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have the left, right? But at least give us the option to make the right, right? And that's what we're talking about, right? So when it comes to, so I'm gonna give the chat like 10 seconds on these, okay? All right. So, but yeah, it's
I want to play the game on the right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know this is Fable. It's known to be like that. But the thing is, if I'm making a character in a video game, I'm not making a character so I can look like I'm in that video game, because that will completely break my immersion, right? So I don't know why people are like, like so hung up about, oh, I want to feel seen, and that's the reason why we're going to add a person in a wheelchair. We're going to add a person who has dick that's a chick or something like that. Who gives a fuck? Who are you? If you're going to make a product for everyone, you're making a product for no one. Because
Exactly
they don't
right.
fucking know that they don't know their fucking demographic. They don't know that majority of the gamers is still male dominated, right? There are female in the gaming space, but most of it is male. And that's the reason why you get something like what's it called, Near Automata, and this game right over here that's doing so well in terms of like how people are praising it, right? If you have a character that looks ugly, your gameplay better be fucking good, right? But if your gameplay also sucks, then it is what it is. People are just gonna call you out on it, right? So let's continue. Let's see. One Twitter user pointed out the language expressively condemning certain female characters as reinforcing negative gender stereotypes. So right here, just the quote: "Are you reinforcing any negative gender stereotypes? Are you unnecessarily introducing gender and gender barriers into your code or design? Are you creating playable female characters that are equal in skill and ability to their male peers? Are your female characters equipped with clothing and armor that fits their task? Do they have exaggerated body proportions? When the story allows, do you show male characters who display a full range of emotions, including joy, sadness, and vulnerability?" I don't think they know what stoicism is anymore.
No,
But
that was brought up by
how
a
do you guys
white
feel
guy.
about this?
So.
How do you guys feel about this one?
Yeah, for me, it's like this the Microsoft gaming division as a whole, like the head office of Microsoft in terms of gaming, is compromised. Hence, all their hence why there hasn't been a good Xbox exclusive for I think almost a decade now, given Microsoft's track record. So yeah, now we know why. Now we know why. It's like before it was just we just thought like it was just incompetence or negligence for Microsoft's like I was in the my reasoning before was like saying that, oh, Microsoft just buys the developers and says, oh, do whatever you want. We just wanted to acquire you. But now I can see, because you're mandating stupid shit like this. What more are you mandating to all your developers if you can't have them express their creative passions or the direction that they want to go? If it's implementing all these policies, there's no way you're gonna come up with a good game. There's just no way. It's like, hence why there's no good Xbox exclusives. Hence why so many third party publishers now are questioning if they should still continue supporting Xbox. This is a huge reason why, apart from negligence and incompetence, and you're also woke. So it's not a surprise anymore why Microsoft is failing among the three giants in the video game sphere.
Yeah. How do you feel, Dan?
Again, where the hell is the body positive? Scroll back up to that fucking bullet point here real quick. Body positivity is, we know it's bullshit, but what they say is that there's no correct body, right? All bodies are beautiful. So what the fuck is a negative gender stereotype when it comes to body? If she's a female and she has a body, curvy or fat, it's all beautiful, right? If you believe in that fucking line. So somehow now the curvy body that everyone seems to like is now a negative gender stereotype. No, I'm not saying there's no such thing as negative gender stereotypes when it comes to women. There's lots, but it never seems to be because they have a curvy body. Number one, and I'm looking at the bullet point because something else caught my eye. Are you creating playable female characters that are equal in skill and ability? That's every fucking female character in every game ever. It was always that case. If you're able to choose a gender in a video game, okay, the model changes. Your hitbox might be smaller. That's actually an advantage. But as far as your ability to fight and run, again, World of Warcraft, they had equal parity of male knights and female knights. No one gave a shit because it's a fantasy thing, but the females did not suffer any penalties to their physicality. They were just as strong. They were just as fast. They were just as everything. Again, they actually had an advantage because they were smaller, so it was harder to hit them. So what the fuck are they talking? These people have never played games, and they haven't played games for the last fucking 40 years.
Yeah, and to add on that, usually the female characters, like, yeah, they take more damage easily, but they're usually faster in action games.
Yeah.
Just to add.
I mean, if you really wanted, if you really wanted to be realistic, there wouldn't be any female fucking heroes who weren't mages or thieves or stealth archers. But to have this girl walk around with a freaking two-handed sword, unless she's built like Gina Carano, like you can actually look at her and say, yeah, she could wield this. Red Sonja. But that girl, that ugly ass fucking, she ain't wielding that sword.
Yeah.
She's not doing it.
Yeah. All right, let's go continue reading this. Let's see. Recently, Western game devs have been making a point to rally against objectification in games and are citing unrealistic body standards set by fictional characters. Most recently, Stellar Blade has been the subject of such criticism, despite the game's heroine being based off a real-life model. And I'm going to pull this up. I want to make sure we're good. All right. So basically, this is the real-life model. And the thing is that she's like super famous in Korea now. She's even more famous because of Stellar Blade. Let's see. Between Microsoft's developer site and Stellar Blade, it seems there's been a reversal of roles. In recent years, Sony has been criticized for its censorship policies after relocating its gaming business units to California. Of course, the fact that why would you fucking do that? California is one of the most woke as shit. Taxes are fucking high. Get that shit out of here. Do it somewhere else, man. California fucking sucks. Let's see, gamers have been more vigilant in recent weeks following an attempted harassment campaign initiated by an employee of Sweet Baby Inc. against a Steam curator and his personal account. The controversy has spilled over from the employee's action to a wider conversation about narrative consultation in video games. So yeah, so basically we're talking about Sweet Baby Inc. and this all ties into that, right? Is because this all started back with Kabruta starting that thing, and now this thing has been going on for over a month now.
Yeah,
it's been going on for over a
in
month.
that group, it's actually very informative.
Yeah, I believe Grae is in that group.
I am. I'm part of it. But though I didn't look at it per se, I just want to see, oh, this game is made by Sweet Baby. Oh,
Well, you can't now because one of you can join the group on Steam, but all the discussions are happening on Discord because to save the channel from possibly being taken off by Steam, he locked down all the comments and deleted everything, just to protect the channel. So because they did threaten him, they almost got him. And so he said, "Okay, screw it," and he went scorched earth and nuked the entire site. So if you go to on Steam and you go to the group, there's nothing in there except for what the guy himself, Kabrutas, put. Those are the pinned comments, and then there's a big link says if you want to actually talk about the stuff, go to our Discord. So
yeah, and that's when that lady Alyssa Mercanti like basically tried to like infiltrate because it's an open Discord, right? Anyone can be invited to the Discord.
Oh,
so she basically went in and she was like, "Yo, why aren't you guys showing your faces? And why aren't you guys using your real names? And a matter of fact, give me a social security number," right? Basically, she's trying to dox all of them, so hopefully getting them all fired. But yeah, it's this is crazy that it's still that the Sweet Baby Inc. It's that these goblins that are living in it's there's no end to it. There's no bottom.
I just saw Marley say something in the chat and it reminds me. Okay, that model that you showed, yes, she's a real model, but that's not what she looks like in game. They beefed her up. They gave her some meat on those thighs because she's going to be running and jumping and doing all kinds of crazy tumbling stuff. They wanted her to look like she could do it and make her look good at the same time. Again, where are the body positive people? If they had just taken that model and put her in the game, they'd still be pissed. Look at this skinny ass rail bean thing. You toxic men in your gays. You like these girls that look like they all thought that she was like underage when she's 36. Just so you can't. Again, there is no appeasing these cretins. And anytime anyone tries to, whether it's an apology or it's just demeaning to the person doing it, it's never satisfying to them. There's no such thing as moral enough. They'll just use it as a badge and just keep pushing. So what they should have done, well, what Microsoft should have done is what pretty much everyone else did in the last year, would fire all their DIE consultants, fire all those positions in the company, like the DIE diversity manager or whatever, get rid of them. The company is going to run fine without them. It ran fine before them. All they do is fuck things up. And there is no, and again, even if they showed up with an actual checklist that's certified, right? And here's the things you have to hit. Even if you hit them all, they'll come up with more, and you'll never.
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and see what the chat's saying. Let's see. Let's go start right over here. Justin Martin says, if these are negative gender stereotypes, would hate to see what they consider positive. Anything that looks like Lizzo.
Yeah, Lizzo. Yep. Everyone looks like Lizzo.
Lives of TikTok. You'll see lots of them of the, this is just so stunning, brave, and beautiful.
Yep. Let's see. Just JK says, I wouldn't want to be a character that looks like me. Yep, true. Yeah, I wouldn't want, like, if I'm making a character, I wouldn't want, I won't want the best version of me. Right. Yep. So let's say if I worked out, I beefed up, like I was able to grow a beard or something like that, right? Like the best looking version of myself, right? So that's what everyone wants to be. If a person, imagine if you are a person in a wheelchair and you're like, hey, why don't they got wheelchairs in this game, huh? It's just like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Oh, this game is actually, actually bigoted towards people who are handicapped. You pieces of shit! I demand you to put crutches in this game. Like that's how I feel. Like these people, there's nothing will make them happy. They will always find
Yeah.
something to be pissed off about. Let's
Yep.
see. Let's see. Marley says that she fell off of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. True. Absolutely
With the mouth
true.
open. Yep.
Yep. Let's see. Alan Voss says that you guys ever watch the World's Strongest Woman competition and see the weight difference, the difference between them, and the men? I have, and it's hilarious. Well, did you guys see what's that Korean show? It's like that 100
Physical
like
100.
whatever physical 100, right? And the thing is that like you can see like all the females all of them got bodied is because
They're all jacked,
men
yeah.
are stronger than women. Also, men are stronger than women. But the thing is that it also shows endurance versus strength, show muscles versus real muscles too. So the guys who actually looks really, really buff, they're actually not buff, right? The more fat muscles, those are the guys who are actually like strong. And the thing is that like you see that and you know what it's what. And the thing is, in order for you to actually do like jumping, lunging, and actual acrobatics in video games, you have to look the part. And that's the reason why when we saw that Dove commercial and there's that fat 3D rendered bitch that looks looks like Mexican Lizzo, like it does not make sense that she can jump that high and do all that kind of stuff without taking like 20 minutes to catch her breath. Is because she has like low blood oxygen or something. But yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. Calvitania says, "Come on, everyone, play the bejesus out of Stellar Blade so we can learn more about Eve to feel our fantasies." Who am I kidding? The real life model looks great, and no idea if she speaks English. I'm pretty sure you guys will learn Korean just so you
Oh
guys
yeah,
can talk to her.
yeah. I switched my voice acting, my audio to Korean for Stellar. It feels so awkward seeing Eve, who's an Asian, having a British accent. She has a British accent, so I'll just switch to Korean, even though I have to read subtitles because it feels more natural
Yeah.
than talking in Korean.
This guy says that people like pretty things. People don't like things that aren't pretty. Why is that so hard for woke tards to understand? It's because their brain have been damaged so much by the woke mind virus that they don't know how to think for themselves anymore. They have to go online to find someone who thinks like them. And like I went on to Reddit of all places yesterday, while doing some stuff, and I typed in Stellar Blade, and a lot of people are basically bitching about, is anyone else like uncomfortable and sort of like feels like yikers that she looks like that? Like, oh my gosh, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up and make your own video
Yeah.
game, right?
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
you don't even have
It's
to.
so-
You don't even have to make your own video game. Like whenever they say stuff like that, it's like, wait, is that the game we're playing now? Can we all play this game where I look at someone and I don't feel comfortable, so I get to fucking not deal with them anymore? So every one of you jackasses in a beard and a dress, I look at you and I'm not comfortable, so I guess I don't have to deal with you anymore, right? That's the rules. Come up with the rules. I'm happy to follow the rules. Just tell me what they are. They always do this. You have to include us. You have to listen to us. We demand your respect. And then it's like, okay, fine. And then they look at our stuff and go, that makes me uncomfortable. You can't have that. Excuse me.
yeah.
Your bearded ass in the women's room makes me uncomfortable. And apparently that's okay. So as long as we all follow the same rules, I'm okay with it. I would just like a single standard.
Yep. Let's see. Stoicism belongs to female characters now because of strong women. Yep, true. Strong woman.
Oddly enough, actual strong women, like all of us have those strong grandmas who don't take no shit. They are really good with stoicism. They'll teach it. There's no
Yep.
such thing as a strong woman like that now. Modern women are not strong like that. And exceptions prove the rules. I'm very sorry, ladies. And oddly enough, usually when it's a mother of kids in like an intact family, they can be very stoic. But these chicks that are these loud-haired fatties and policing everyone's language, they can't handle stoicism.
No, see, Marley says the people that bend the knee always end up backpedaling. Yep, they always do. Because they're too stupid to make up their own mind. That's why. The Woo Nation says most people. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say they think you can appease them. you bend the knee, and then the Eye of Sauron will bestow a lordship on you, or you'll become part of the kingdom. No, you won't. They'll never forgive you for the state of your birth. You'll bend the knee, and now they own you.
Yep. Never apologize to these idiots. See, Wu Nation says most people don't look anything like most characters. I surely don't, and I'm not bitching about it. Yep. I'm not looking for, imagine you're playing a video game, you're like, oh look, I want to play the ugliest person.
Yeah,
because that represents me.
Or me. I gotta look for that video game that has a Filipino Chinese in it. Whatever video game that is. Absolutely zero video game.
Let's see. Let's see. Wayfarer says, yeah, I don't want my character to look like me. I want him to look handsome, fit, big muscles, great chin. Oh, wait. Yep. Big chin. That great chin. Yep. Let's see. Alan Boss says, how dare you think the rules are the same for straight white men and everyone else?
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah, man. Yep, true. All right. Okay. Speaking of Sweet Baby Inc., there's another one. Comes to us from that Park Place. Let's see. This is another article that says Compulsion. So it's a rumor. Compulsion Games race swapped their main character after hiring Sweet Baby Inc. It's probably not a rumor. It's probably true.
It's probably, yeah. It's like it's Grumps who shared that, right? He talked to a former developer.
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe him.
Yeah. So let's see. New rumor claims that Compulsion Games, a subsidiary of Xbox Game Studios, repeatedly race swapped their main character for their upcoming game South of Midnight after Sweet Baby Inc. was brought on board to consult. Most likely it is, right? The rumor comes from former World of Warcraft team lead Mark Kern as a part of the thread based on information he alleges to have received from an ex-developer at Compulsion Games. Kern shared on X exclusive Microsoft Xbox mandates changes at studios. Hire Sweet Baby Inc. erases white characters. I spoke with ex-devs at 2 different studios who say DEI is ruining and altering games in studio culture. Changes happened after Xbox meddling. And I can see this being a thing is because there are people who I know that I used to work with, and she's a nice person, but her ideology is like, I'm looking at all the board members and all the leadership in this company, and why aren't there any females? That's her complaint. I'm like, well, bitch, are they good? Like, I'm pretty sure these people got to where they are because of merit and not because of DEI bullshit. So it's like she basically, like, I remember during the acquisition, we had a town hall when Disney actually came in and asked, does anyone have any questions about anything? And she raises her hand. He's like, I don't see any females in leadership. Why is that? And I'm not sure. Like, I wasn't there when she asked that, but she told me she did. And she's like, she was like, oh, I was so proud when I said that. Like, they were stumped. Didn't even know how to answer it because I'm a strong woman and some bullshit. So
given the fact that nice person, she doesn't sound like a nice person.
She's not a nice person when it comes down to that, right? And she loves Lizzo and stuff like that. She works out all the time.
She
and stuff
sounds
like
a pretty shitty person, actually.
So the thing is, she's nice to me. She's probably a shitty person to everyone else.
Well, you're not white, so.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm white adjacent. She's also white adjacent. She is also white adjacent. So, but seeing this, I can totally see this happening, especially at places like Microsoft, right? Like, Microsoft is a way bigger company than the company that I work for. But how do you guys feel about this? Do you think this is a rumor, or do you think this is actually true?
It's 100% true. It's like, yeah, it makes a lot more sense now why Microsoft can't have banger video games nowadays. Because, like, yeah, Phil, you need to clean house. Like, you need to bring in more people who are actually passionate about games like you are. I still kind of believe in Phil as a director, but he needs to clean house with his team, because, like, the people in there, they're woke as fuck and that's apart from Microsoft sending mixed messages if they still want to continue pushing the Xbox hardware, or they really want to go full on Game Pass. But yeah, the more important issue, I think, is they need to bring in people with merit and passion to make good quality video games. than people who just self-insert themselves and ruining all these companies that Microsoft has acquired.
Yeah. What about you, Dan?
Well, of course I agree, but I now have a question. Like this company, nice name, Compulsion Games. Where are they from? And I ask because I think we've
Let me
talked about this
check.
before. The whole DIE, this is all a project of the World Economic Forum, and what the World Economic Forum has come right out and said is that what they are is a big conglomeration of international. Of course, okay. So that makes perfect sense. Just like California, you were talking about why don't they come to California, or why do they want to come to California? They want to come to California because Gavin Newsom just passed a big tax break for companies coming to California because we're losing so many. And the companies won't have to pay, or will have to pay very low taxes if they come and establish a business in California. But because they're a bunch of fucking communists, paying low taxes to them is same as giving them money. Yes, taking less money is somehow the same as giving money. That's what most people think. And so because California's communists are giving them money in the form of tax breaks, which is a fucking completely nonsensical statement, that money comes with strings. Here's a list of things we need you to follow. We need you to follow this list as approved by the World Economic Forum. These are our diversity, inclusion, and equity ESG standards that you have to follow in order to have these tax breaks. So we will give you the tax breaks. You just have to follow this list. Canada does the exact same thing. Canada is actually what, quote unquote, funds Sweet Baby Inc. directly with grants, and also they get a big fat tax break too because they're technically kind of a nonprofit. But the point is, any company that follows these WEF approved ESG DIE checklists gets grants from the governments and also the big multinational corporations in the world that's part of the World Economic Forum. They're trying to force these behaviors, and they're giving billions of dollars to companies that do it. So yes, I agree that they should do the Elon Musk thing. Fire 80% of your staff and watch how your company actually is able to perform better. But that's because we're thinking the old way, that these businesses are trying to appeal to customers and that their money comes from customers. These businesses are not being run that way. They don't care about the customers anymore because they're getting the money from the WEF, from the ESG pigs. And they're somehow are stupid enough to think that the billions of dollars are being given by this multinational project is real money and not investor money. Investor money is not real money. Investor money is loaned money. You have to pay it back in the form of profit. Profit can only come from customers. You can't borrow your way into profit. So what they're finding out is that I'm going to get all this billions of dollars and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars to make my game from these international hedge funds and these international, in this case, Canada, the actual government, taking tax money from the people and giving it to them. And that's why they follow these checklists. And we need Sweet Baby Inc. and companies like it to come in to make sure that our games comply with these ESG scores so that then we can get this money. And then you produce a shit game and no one gives a fuck, and your studio might even close because you didn't make any money. Well, Sweet Baby Inc. got their money, and Canada, they don't care. They just want you to follow the checklist. They don't care if your company goes under, and they certainly don't care about us because we're the problem. They need to purge us. We're going to get to that later.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. So yes, of course I agree. But again, you have to remember that they don't see us as their actual customer. They see the international companies, the WEF, the ESG certified lenders as their customer. That's whose money they're gunning for. And that's why they're following this checklist.
Yep. All right, let's
Yep.
continue. Let's see.
Support Stellar
Yeah, go
Blade,
ahead.
guys.
Yeah,
Korea's,
just buy it. Just buy it. Just buy it.
Korea's immune to this BS, so we need to support these devs.
Yeah, and the thing is that Japan is not. So I have an article to touch on later. See, Kern continued, quote, I have reasonably confirmed that the devs I spoke to used to work at the studios in questions, Avalanche Studios groups and Compulsion Games. So Avalanche Studios is the people that made Harry Potter, the Hogwarts Legacy. And both studios are also listed on the Sweet Baby Detected website. Correction website is sweetbabyinc.com. Microsoft made a splash at GDC announcing their product inclusion guidelines for all of their studios, Kern added. Such changes have been reported elsewhere as woke, including the feminization of female characters, and cite widely discredited studies as their basis. Microsoft claims they do not mandate these guidelines, but in fact, they make sweeping changes at the studios they publish and partner with. And that's the reason why, like, I believe even Grum said it, my Kern, he said that he's going to be fighting this, right? It's because he's been with Blizzard for such a long time, right? He's been there for such a long time, so he knows exactly what he's talking about. And I, who work in the video game industry, I can do whatever I can to push his messaging out, right? And I believe he's like, if he's going to be the sole person to sort of take charge and make a what's it called again? I believe he actually mentioned that he's going to make this this gaming company or game group called Hot Girl Gaming.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. I read that too.
Yeah, and everyone basically like, yes, do it, make it, and then people were like, yes, I will fund it.
Yeah, what he should also do is like have like job openings for hot models so that they can model for video games. So there'll be more stellar blade games with hot models in them. I think that's a good idea too.
Yeah. He went on. Alleged changes after Microsoft involvement include hiring of a DEI director, hiring of a consulting firm to gender balance and review hiring/promotion policies, hiring of Sweet Baby Inc. to work on the published games. Both studios underwent these changes after Microsoft and Sweet Baby Inc. involvement. Kern then shared one of the biggest changes to the game were alterations of the character creation system in Contraband to remove gender differences and allow for random swapping of distinct male and female body parts, facial hair, and more. But it didn't stop there. After SBI was brought on board to Compulsion Games South of Midnight, the main character was race swapped from white to black. Yep, and that's oh damn. Oh, there's your proof there.
Left side.
Yeah.
There's your proof. And this is actual, like, this is not key art. This is like not even polished modeling. This is like early stage modeling. So
and looking at the European stock one, I bet she was redheaded.
Yep, ginger side.
Ginger side is real.
Man, it's funny is because the thing is that they if they are proud of their work, they shouldn't hide this. Why are they so scared and trying to like ban people and like hide all the shit and sort of backpedal, says no, it's actually supposed to be like that. Like, if you're proud of your work, like don't hide any of your shit, right? And like don't like, oh, I'm gonna like sue you in some bullshit, because that's where Black Girl Gaming comes from as well. It's they're all in the same fucking group. They're all in the same tight niche closed group that hate white people, and I don't know why. And the thing is that a lot of people, as not inside Black Girl Gaming, but a lot of like Sweet Baby Inc., like out of everyone on their actual like executive group, only one person's a person of color. Everyone else is white. Do you know why? It's all white guilt. They feel bad because they were racist once time during their life. It's like, oh, I said the N-word one time. I said the gamer word one time. I said all this, and I feel I'm guilty, and I'm basically a white supremacist. So I want to make sure that I bolster up all these groups that are oppressed, right? So my white guilt does not come out. And that's how I feel. A lot of these companies who are doing it, their majority of them are white, which is so fucking funny, is because like the stuff that they're doing, it's so racist. It's like, oh, we feel like we have so much power. We feel like we have so much money. And I feel like we should be more nice to Black people, indigenous people, Asian people, whatever it is, trans people, is because we want to make sure that we are not the racist ones. Is because, by doing that, you're actually being racist. But am I speaking out of my asshole here? Like, or I'm actually being the racist one now?
No, you're exactly right, because years ago, Sargon had Carl Benjamin had a debate on stage over at Mythicist Milwaukee, which was back when the skeptic community was first starting to split over this issue about censorship and DI. We didn't call it DIE back then; it was just SJW stuff. And he made the point that he was debating with someone who was trying to attack him for his racism and his this and that and his misogyny and blah blah blah. And they started talking about the plight of Black people in multiple countries, including Africa, including places like Haiti, which we all know how that turned out. And his position, Carl's position, is still the position he has today. He's like, I'm an English liberal. I believe every person should be treated as an individual, and all we can do is remove the artificial barriers in their way. After that, everyone achieves according to their own merits. It's a meritocracy. And the other guy said, well, we can't possibly, expect people from marginalized groups to ever compete on an even playing field. And Carl looked at him and said, wow, that sounds really racist. You know what I think? That sounds like you're a white supremacist, but you feel guilty about it. You have a guilty conscience. You're the type person who you actually have all these racist views of other races, but you feel really bad, so you want to be their savior. You want to help them. We can't expect poor Black people to play video games if they don't see themselves in it. Dragon Ball was one of the biggest freaking shows in the Black American community. There was only one guy who was a caricature, sort of them, and he wasn't even a caricature of them. He just looked that way because that's the way he looked, Mr. Popo. But I had friends who they absolutely loved Dragon Ball. They were all Black, and it didn't freaking matter. It didn't matter they didn't look like them because it was just awesome. And it was the same way with me. I'm the only person of my mix, except for my brother. I grew up in an all-white place. I grew up with Indiana Jones, Luke Skywalker, the X-Men, Batman. None of them had to look like me at all because they didn't. And if they had to, then I wouldn't have been a fan of them. So the point is that they think they're doing everyone a favor by, if we can put a Black girl in there, it'll inspire young Black girls to what? Be like everyone else? It doesn't make so you're assuming that they can't do that because they don't have a ninja that looks like them? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And it's white supremacy with a guilty conscience. It spreads beyond this stuff. Like the idea about, sorry to get political, chat, but this is actually an issue in America, voter ID. Their argument is that Black people don't know how to use computers and they can't get their own IDs. It's too much.
They don't know where the DMV is.
They don't know where the DMV is. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course they do. They drive cars. They have IDs. It's like, they know how to use computers and everything. It's like, what kind of nonsense is this?
Yeah. Oh man. I'm so glad Grae is not dealing with this horse shit. He's like seeing most of it from the outside and just seeing how ridiculous it is. Grae, are you dealing with a bunch of these stuff over there where you are? Or this is more of like a Western kind of thing?
Yeah, it's definitely a Western thing. It's like, because like people here can't really relate. People just go on living their lives based on, again, like if you want to enter the workforce here, it's based on merit. I already shared this last week, right? Like our company, it's super like we get like our job openings get like 40 applicants, but it's so hard to get you. They're very, very strict about getting people in. But yeah, I said the people after me, like all of them were actually they're really good in terms of attitude and aptitude. So it's like, yeah, it ends up being a really, really great work dynamic so far, even though we're just a startup company.
Well, to your point, Grae, it's like, okay, it doesn't happen in your country, but it could, because if you go back in history of any country, you're going to find some fuck shit that went on. And you don't have to go back far in Philippines to find out that America had a lot of fucking nasty stuff happen there when we decided to take on the white man's burden to civilize the Philippines. But we weren't the first ones, because a lot of people in the Philippines speak Spanish because the Spaniards came. And they did a lot of fuck shit too. Now, if you wanted to bring all that up and see someone that's from Spain and start a fight with them because, like, your ancestors who kind of resemble you did some terrible shit to my ancestors who kind of resemble me, and they did this all hundreds of years ago, and neither one of us have ever fucking hurt each other ever or had a bad word to say, but I'm going to kick your ass now because original sin and guilt by association. I didn't walk away from fucking religion so I could do this all again. But that's what these guys want to do. They want to always sucker everyone back into this stuff.
Yeah. All right, let's see what the chat has to say. Let's see. Just JK says, you'll never appease them no matter how much you bend the knee to them. Yep.
Correct.
Once you bend the knee, you lick their boot, then they're going to be like, all right, now eat the shit. They'll never stop. That's why we must never stop. We have to keep calling them out.
They
We
take it as
can't
a
run
victory.
away from it. Yeah, we cannot run away from it. We cannot hide from it. We must call it out whenever we see something that's wrong. Matt Walsh, I'm talking to you. Talking to you. You know, like we gotta call them out, right? Anime is not, it's not, you know, a blanket statement saying that every anime is demonic, every anime video game is satanic, right? So that's why we have to call them out. We have to, this is the counter play that what we're trying to do, right? We want to make sure that if they're not respecting our shit and fucking everything up, we got to make new stuff. May it be whether or not you like the stuff that's coming out, right? Whether or not you like Lady Ballers, they're doing something about it, right? Whether or not you like what's it called again, the book that someone's making or something like that, whatever. All right, let's see. Justin Martin says, played shift up phone games for years. Destiny Child, Nikkei, they do jiggle physics right with great stories too. According to what I heard, the creator of what's it called again? Stellar Blade is married to one of the artists for Nikkei. I'm not sure if that's true.
I think it is. I saw it. I saw that on Twitter too.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
is pretty fucking awesome.
You played Nikkei on stream, right? Did it have a good
Yes,
story? I mean, legit. I'm legitimately
Okay,
asking. Okay,
okay,
does it
okay.
have a good story?
All right, so the story is the first like character that you meet, like she saves you from like the rubble, right? And then I'm like, who's this like big titty like nurse character? I'm like, okay, whatever. She saves you, and then like you meet up with like two other people, which they also have big titties and nice ass too. And then like, who are you? Who are you? It's like, oh, wait, this is the commander. The old commander died. This is the new commander, and he's gonna save all of us. And then I guess she was actually like infected, like because everyone's a robot, right? All these Nikkeis are these robots, and she was infected and she didn't know, and then she became like a crazy bad guy, and then she had a virus in her, and then like it's like she basically is like, oh, you have to end me, commander. You have to put me down. It's because I know what's gonna happen, like if you don't. And then you actually like need to shut her down. And it's sort of sad, is because she saves you in the beginning. And this is the first 15 minutes of the game. And I'm like, so when you actually have to pull the trigger, like I actually felt sad. And I'm like, this story is actually pretty interesting. But the thing is that I'm not gonna pay $50 to see butt jiggles. But yeah, overall, the story is not bad. It's better than any of the garbage that Marvel's been coming out with, which is, you know, that ain't much, right? Like, but let's continue. Alan Voss says, I'm out of the loop. What the fuck is Sweet Baby Inc? And I believe Grae, you posted, yeah. Sweet Baby Inc is basically if a Sweet Baby Inc worked on the video game, your game's gonna suck. And let me show you. Sweet Baby Inc.
I posted I reposted a meme on Twitter. If Sweet Baby Inc was involved, okay, I'm gonna post it in private chat so you can show it.
Yeah.
So if Sweet Baby Inc gets involved in Stellar Blade, that's what the main character would look like.
Why? Why would you do this?
Stunning and brave. She's a 10.
Oh my god. Oh man.
Lizzo, come back, Lizzo.
Oh, brave and beautiful.
Come back, Lizzo. It's you left too soon.
Yeah, Lizzo, this is gonna be you. They're gonna make a Stellar. Yeah, they're making a Stellar Break video game movie. Come back, Lizzo. We're gonna cast you. Oh,
although
shit, man.
I'm putting a squad together, I want her to be my tank.
Yeah, true. She could take
all
all the damage. You're soaking up all the DPS. But yeah, this is Sweet Baby Inc. right over here. I believe they changed their mission statement. It's because they, as you can tell, that they don't actually say like inclusion. They did just say inclusive, right? They did say you know, diversify.
An animated poop looking at your cursor.
Yeah, I said look at that shit. But yeah, so these are the games that they worked on. Alan Awoke 2, God of War Ragnarok 2. I mean God of War Ragnarok, usual as the usual June, is that a Juno, whatever that Jewel, whatever her name is, Spider-Man 2, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, a bunch of other stuff, right? And This is their clients: Xbox Game Studios, EA, Valve, True Love, Sony Santa Monica, 2K, Ubisoft, Square, Warner Brothers Games, Finji, a lot. Compulsion Games is here. A lot of games. Wizard of the Coast. Like,
of course, Wizards of the Coast. Of
they
course.
worked on some D&D stuff. So,
Yeah.
and that's the reason why. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say Wizards of the Coast. That's the one that they decided to not use the word savage or brutal for orcs because it reminds them of black people. I was like, wow.
That's racist.
The orcs are monsters, right? So when you see an orc, you think black person, amazing, but we're the racists.
Yeah.
Yep.
So and that's the reason why Sweet Baby Ink Detected Curator Group is important, right? Is because if it's in any way, shape, or form involved, it's noted there, which is awesome. I believe last time I checked, it had over 310,000 members.
Yeah.
So
and remember, you guys, when Sweet Baby Ink puts this list of games on their website, that's okay. If someone takes that same list of games and puts it on Steam, we gotta shut that shit down because that's just hate mongering.
Yep. Let's see. Let's see. Well, you guys were great in showing. Yeah. Thank you. We worked our asses off.
Yeah.
Right. It was
really
good.
hard at the gym.
We got flown to Japan, and then you basically they told us to say sex daisuki desu. and then nata no jinchi no tabemasu. Sorry, so chin means penis, chat, if you guys didn't know. Let's see. So that's what when it's in South Park, when they say chin Pokemon. Oh man, yeah, chin Pokemon.
Penis.
Yeah, Japanese penis so small, so small, so tiny.
If you guys don't watch South Park, you're missing out.
And those are the old South Park episodes, man.
They predict all this stuff, and lately it's been like 2 or 3 months ahead. So,
yeah. Let's see. Guy says, okay, is it Rahadanites were medieval Jewish merchants that trafficked slaves from the UK, i.e., me
to China.
To China.
Me to China.
So who owes me reparations? Jews and the Chinese? Mm-hmm. Yes. Ask Xi Jinping that. He's like, hey man, you owe me money. Let's see. Marley says, why bring up the past? That shit isn't written in stone. Why bring it up here now in the present? Hello. Yeah. Serious thing. Victimhood. That's why. It's because what did Morgan Freeman say? Like, stop talking about it. Stop making it a fucking thing. Right? That shit happened a long time ago. But if you keep bringing that shit up, that shit's only gonna weigh you down. Right? That shit's only gonna just do shit. And like, if you want to become a basketball player, just do it. Right? Stop being the fucking victim mentality kind of stuff and blaming everything on stuff that happened like 400 years ago. Right? Like what what did Jordan Peele say? Right? This is gonna sound extremely racist, but I'm quoting him. And Jordan Peele is a comedian / actor, director. And he said he thanks God. He thanks God for slavery because it got his black ass out of Africa.
It's true.
Right? Mm-hmm. The thing is that he is biracial. So like he has a black dad and a white mom, but still, right? He wouldn't be a multi-millionaire director in Hollywood in Western civilization if that shit didn't happen.
Yeah.
Right? You got to.
It's a joke based on real history because it's not that there weren't rich black people in Africa. They were. In fact, one of the richest kings of all history was Mansa Musa of the Kingdom of Mali. Guess how he made his fortune? Selling slaves to everyone. He was a slaver. This guy was so rich that when he traveled, he was Muslim. When he traveled to Mecca and he passed through Egypt, he spent so much gold that he ended up tanking the Egyptian economy. And so when he went back to Mali, the Egyptian government, the pharaohs and stuff came to him and said, can you please take this gold back because you've tanked our economy? And so he ended up taking all these loans and got his gold back. That's how rich he was. And it was all from the slave trade.
Yep.
So it's like, it's the thing about history is that it's not meant to make you feel good, really. It's meant to, tell you what happened. These are facts that happened. and they happen. And there's nothing you can do about it to change it. It's just this is the way it is, and this is why things are the way they are now. But it also you see what should make you feel good is that you see a progression, and you see that over time things have gotten progressively better, especially since the English decided to start flexing things like rights and individual liberty and property rights and meritocracy. And they weren't the only ones that did it, but they were the ones. America came from England, so our culture is English culture in origin. If not for that, there'd still be slavery everywhere, and everywhere that is outside the English sphere, a lot of places still have it. So
Yep.
it's not something that, well, you can look back in history and find some bloodshed. Yeah, of course, everyone fucked everyone back then. We still fuck everyone today. But again, guilt by association, and is why I don't, guilt by association and original sin are two concepts I do not believe in, and anyone who invokes them for any reason is wrong. So I might resemble someone who might have done something to someone who might have resembled you 1,000 years ago. I'm not to hold you responsible for that, and you're not to hold me responsible for that. I never, I'm not white, but no white person I've met, even in Appalachia, even in the woods, has owned a slave. Not one.
Yep.
And no black person I've met has been one. There, we're done. We're done forever.
Yep.
Okay, let's all just get along and move on.
See, Grumpy Old Gamer says, "Holy crap, she needs to take back away from
Pull the fork out."
Yep. Stop! Don't do it. Let's see. Yo, what's going on? 50 Shades of Grayson says, Eggroll. Yo, what's going on, dude? Hope you're doing well. The Alan Boss, the South Park stop being good when they stopped killing Kenny.
Just agree. Put a chicken in, make her gay.
Yeah, that one's good. I like that one. I like the I like the one where they go to they take out Xi Jinping. They take out Winnie the Pooh in China. That one's good. Let's see. Danny Brooks says, yo, what's going on? It's going on. Max Drummer, hope you're doing well. Howdy, y'all. Idaho Mike, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. See, Marley says, what can you do to make your life better? Exactly. Like, stop living in the past. That's something you cannot change, dude. It's like, do you have a time? Do you have a Stargate in your fucking bedroom? Can you time travel? Like, shut the fuck up. You can't do anything. What can you do with your life now? Right? It's what you do that defines you. Was this Phil's gay? I read the first one, Booming Bob. You got to say it again. I read the first one, right? He's like, hey, I need Phil to know that he's gay. All right. Yo, what's going on, Booming Bob? Hope you're doing well. All right. Now let's talk about Yellow Boy Gaming.
I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
Let's see. Pretty sure Phil's people still own slaves, so we should hate him. So we talking about the Uyghur Muslims?
Yes, plenty in Pal World. Yes, plenty.
Pal World. Yeah. So Yellow Boy Gaming is basically a playoff of Black Girl Gaming. So because Yellow Boy is us, so basically that's our skin color.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So this comes to us from Bounding in the Comics, and it says Black Girl Gamers announces legal action against entertainment news outlet that Park Place over recent report suggesting video game diversity consultants company engages in discriminatory hiring practices. So this is pretty big, right?
Lady, and they're basically on video.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. They basically said, and the thing is, there's there's actually a lawyer that works at that Park Place, so we can talk more about that when we read this article. In the latest escalation of the ongoing Sweet Baby Inc. discourse, video game diversity consultation company Black Girl Gamers has announced their intent to seek legal action against entertainment news outlet That Park Place over a recent report alleging that they engage in racially discriminatory hiring practices. Disclaimer: this article's author holds a personal friendship with that Park Place staff member and contributors. Let's see. The latest development kicked off when on March 15th, that Park Place editor-in-chief John F. Trent published a report entitled "Forspoken Consultant Black Girl Gamers Appears Discriminate in Their Hiring Practices While Claiming that they are being harassed." In support of his headline suggestion, Trent cited a sole February 2024 tweet wherein Black Girl Gamers put out a public call for Black women content creators to make Dungeons and Dragons content for some potential brand work. So right over here, looking for a Black woman content creator for D&D content for some potential brand work. Hit us up. Addressing the report roughly 2 weeks later, BGG took to their official company Twitter account on March 26th to declare, we're addressing the recent allegations published on That Park Place. That's the website, not their actual Twitter handle, the actual website, all right, about discriminatory hiring practices within BGG. These claims are false and were made without prior fact checking or verification from us or our representatives. BGG operates as a contracting organization that collaborates with both freelancers and content creators from all backgrounds to work on various projects and initiatives to amplify underrepresented voices in gaming and make community more inclusive, they continued. Contrary to the allegations of the article, BGG has contracted freelancers of all races, genders, sexual orientations, religions, and ethnic backgrounds, BGG Gamers next stated. We have also included representation of all genders and backgrounds in our content, at our events, and in our marketing consultations and research projects, some of which are not publicly disclosed due to NDAs at the company. To this end, they alleged evidence demonstrating our commitment to diversity and inclusion, including our non-discriminatory hiring practices, is readily available and easily searchable, though they did not provide any specific links or references as to where individuals could find this information. At this point, BGG then ultimately announced that upon discovering these false and defamatory allegations, we have taken steps to obtain legal counsel and to take action against the publication and journalists, as well as subsequent content creators who have reshared the false allegations about our organization. So basically, they're saying that we're gonna take legal action to anyone who reshares this shit. And I'm not even done. This is 6 out of 8. Okay, but going back up, didn't this bitch? I'm assuming this person's a girl. Didn't they just share it right here?
Yep.
So, are they gonna sue themselves?
Mm-hmm. They have to.
I'm gonna sue me.
Asmongold said the same thing.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's continue. Let's see. We continue to pursue further action against anyone who persists in spreading the false and defamatory information about BGG, its founder, and its contractors and partners, said the company. We value the talent and contributions of all our collaborators, and we are committed to continuing to do so. Thank you for our community for the ongoing support, they concluded. Wow. That's a mouthful. Now, the thing is, I believe I saw this on the Geeks and Gamers channel. I believe. Let me see if I can pull it up. It's because it actually is pretty important. Let me see. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. I believe Jeremy was on FNT, and one of the lawyers on FNT actually like super chat like $100 saying that like we saw this and we're, I'm actually one of the persons who's actually in charge of this this DEI like bush or whatever, like defamatory garbage. So they're actually going against a lawyer. So while I look for, how do you guys feel about all of this shit that I just read?
Wait, I missed the last part. What happened in the FNT live stream with the $100?
That Park Place, the lawyer for that Park Place responded and say they're going to they're basically going to take action against it. I have to double check what exactly he said, but they already know about what's happening. Even though the BGG is taking counsel and considering legal action, like that Park Place is ready to go at moment's notice. So how do you feel about this? While I look that up.
Yeah, good on them to fight back against this BS. Like these types of entities should go out of business. Like Canada, BlackRock, Vanguard should just stop funding these. You guys are just throwing money, good money to bad money. And yeah, even though you are giants, you are large financial institution entities. Sooner or later, you're the people investing in you are gonna start asking questions. Why are we losing money on this? Why are we not putting money on actual investments that make us money? Like what's going on with Disney right now, right? With Bob Iger. You had a duty to make money for us, not to get into politics and make this BS identity politics, wokeness and stuff. So pretty soon, BlackRock is gonna have to go through that too, despite their size, despite their whatever influence they have on a global scale. Like
Mhm.
people who want to make money are going to begin to have to ask questions. So we just need to keep fighting back until that happens, until their hand is forced to actually, go back to funding what actually makes them money and what actually people want, not these people on social media.
Sorry. But what about you, Dan? How do you feel about this?
Well, I say good. If you want to sue these people, you get to come to court. And here's the thing: I recently had to sue one of my clients because they stopped paying me. Part of the deal of legal action is you have to prove there's harm, and if there's harm, then that's easy to do. In this case, you're gonna have to prove there's harm, lady. So you're saying that by telling the world that you hire people of color over white males, that's supposed to be harmful if someone says that. In what world are we living in right now? What that is considered a badge of honor in this society that we have. The media would celebrate this. They come right out and celebrate themselves. Our whole writing team is women of color. Our whole writing team, we have half the people are LGBT. It's a badge of honor. So you have to take position that if this slanderous article came out and said that these guys are hiring people of color and LGBT over straight white males, if you're going to claim that that's harmful, you're going to have to argue why that's harmful to a judge. And therefore, you have to take the position that that is harmful for them that this is defamatory. That's what defamatory means. You are lying about us to hurt our reputation. But the words of their own mouth, their own ideology explicitly says that by hiring POC, BAME, whatever the stupid acronym you want to call it, and LGBT and women over everyone else, which there's only one person left, which is white men who are straight and cis. If that's what you are so proud of, how do you also argue that it's harmful to let the world know that when you let the world know that constantly? So they just painted themselves right into a corner, and they made them. They're the victims of their own no-win situation, where we're going to sue you for defamation and we're going to prove harm because you're just repeating what we said.
Yep.
Bring it to court. Let's see it. Go ahead, make the argument. And I know someone actually named him in the chat, Ron Coleman. I'm sure he's just itching. Come on, let's go. We got the receipts.
Yep.
This is the internet age. Everything is screenshotted. We have all your tweets. We have your fucking videos that you shared where your own words are saying these things. Let's do it.
So
Bring
here
it to
it is.
light.
So I found the video right over here. This is from Geeks and Gamers, some Geeks and Gamers. Shout out to Geeks and Gamers. And basically, this is right over here.
Tweet than maybe something like this that was a few weeks ago, where it says, gamers that thought the industry revolved around them and their comforts are now realizing it doesn't. That is from Black Girl Gamers, where they got absolutely annihilated and ratioed on social media for disrespecting gamers. And it's just getting better because that part place has an attorney, and their attorney, and this is a super chat from Friday Night Tights that I just got done being on, and we had a great show. Ron Coleman says they managed to start up with the only YouTube crew that comes with its own First Amendment / defamation lawyer with 239,000 followers on X. So yeah, I'm guessing DEI in action here. That is
So basically, they have a lawyer, and he basically pulls up their actual Ron Coleman, Orthodox Jewish, political conservative, and actual lawyer. So so if they are gonna do something, it's like they have another thing coming, right?
Yep.
So it's these people don't know what they're getting into, and you love to see it. Like I would love to see Kotaku, what's the Sweet Baby Inc., BGG, like all of these crazy woke companies just go to way of Vice, just bankrupt, get them fucking out of there, man.
Kotaku is super close to that. That was very, very close to that, given what's happened recently.
And the thing is that that's just like another story. We have one over here as well. This is shared to us by Grums, and I didn't notice, and I've been following Gothics for a little bit now. Former BGG member Gothics TV claims BGG never cared about diversity, was kicked out for refusing to hate white people. After leaving, she was harassed for months by the consulting company BGG worked on Square Enix failed Forspoken. So, Grae, I Gothics, I follow her based off her. I found her through her policies and her politics and stuff like that. But I know Dan know who's Gothics.
I
Because
do.
she's yep. And the thing is, this is pretty crazy. So right over here, you say, as a former member of, I can confidently say these people are full of crap. They do not care about diversity. They promptly kicked me out for being anti-black, aka not making an idol out of my skin color and refusing to hate white people. I was harassed for months after the fact and received an onslaught of vitriol from many of their black members. You know how BGG responded? They blocked me and literally scrubbed my existence off of their platform. By the way, most of the vitriol I received from many of the members made it into the final cut of the Gothics documentary, gothicsfilm.com. So if they were going to talk about receipts, boo boo, I have them. Let me be clear. I have no ill will towards these people. I'm always praying that Jay Ann and her crew will eventually have their wake up. Yep, that's true. And this is right over here. That's actually the picture. So yeah, that's pretty crazy, right? Like you have a person who actually came from BGG saying that all their
she's actually wrong because she's using the wrong definition of diversity. See, she defines diversity the way normal people like you and I do. We assume it means one thing, but to these people, it doesn't mean what we say. We say diversity, it's what it means. It's like lots of different people from lots of different backgrounds. That's not what diversity means in DIE. Diversity means not white. So according to them, because she refused to hate white people, because, you know, being a normal person, they kicked her out because she doesn't believe in their diversity. Diversity, according to DIE people, is not white. Inclusion means including people who don't belong. Not they don't belong because they're gay or whatever. They just don't belong because they have no actual interest in the thing that we're talking about. Whatever canon, IP, video game, media, they have no interest in. They just want to be there because they're not there. And once they're in, they want to change it, and then they want to kick everyone else out. And equity is just taking from some people and giving to other people. That's just Marxist crap. So, yeah, she thinks she's using diversity, and you and I agree that she's right. They don't believe in diversity. But according to their point of view, she doesn't believe in diversity because you didn't hate white people enough, girl.
What about you, Grae? How do you feel?
Yeah, I think Dan pretty much nailed it. And yeah, I hope these people, as you guys said, push through and then they get bankrupt and then they just simply go away. So that all our entertainment goes back to the way they were. Actually good and actually catering to us as their actual audience. So yeah, really hope that they follow through and they lose all the money.
And let me just add that I don't understand, like, I don't know if I know this girl, but I don't understand the sentiment of, and I don't wish them any ill will. I'm still praying for them. Okay, you go love your own enemies on your own time. These people would have you killed if they had the chance.
Yep.
You should hate your enemies.
It's like, look,
as
really,
kind of
go
tapped into that too. It's like saying like, yeah, as much as I like to be a good person, but I'm not good. I'm not gonna pretend that I'm gonna be a purely good guy. It's like I have no sympathy for the people who want me like unalived, stuff like that, or want to see me at my worst, or like these people would grab the chance if they could for me to be brought down to my knees. So for me, it's like if it happens to them, I have no sympathy, which I think should be the proper sentiment, because these people will not stop. You can't be the entirely, let's just make them learn their lesson. But these people, they
can't learn.
They're relentless. Yeah. They want to bring you down to your lowest level.
It's basically like I understand where they're coming from. And look, that's good for you. It's like, oh, you know what? Like, we shouldn't be as bad as they are. We shouldn't do that, like. And some people would put religion into it. It's like, oh, God wouldn't want them. Like, you are better than that. It's like, no, like if you let them take an inch, they will take a mile, and they will take a mile. And I think same thing like at the last episode of Last of Us, like what happens if Joel let that black chick live? No, you just continue coming after us. It doesn't matter. So basically like you got to get rid of these people and then like get like just deplatform them or you know like in any way, or most likely they deplatform themselves is because they usually, oh, I'm gonna private my account, or you know I'm just gonna you know not be online anymore or whatever. Like you, once you get rid of all of them, that's it. Like who, like the ill will for them is hopefully they lose their jobs and they work at McDonald's and then they immediately get replaced by the flippy machine that costs $4,000, which is an AI robot.
Yeah. And I gotta say, I'm a lot more pessimistic than Grae. I don't see it coming back. I don't see a way back from this. It's too broken. Let's look at Disney real quick. The management seems to have a conflict going on because the DIE investors who all invested money thinking that the modern audience would be the future are now finding out that you're going woke and going broke, and they're wanting a change. Let's just say they do. Let's say Peltz wins his war at Disney and they oust that entire board and they replace them with all new board members at the top level who want to make Disney great again, who want to make a profit, who want to make family entertainment. Who's going to make the entertainment? The same fucking people who got us into this problem right now. It is completely infested. This is an infestation of this ideology. It is a non-theistic religion at this point. It's a cult. So even if the management gets on the right track, the people who are actually going to get this done are the people who made this happen in the first place. You're not going to fix the problem with the same tools that broke it. And so I don't see a way back. So the only thing I have left as they destroy everything I ever loved as a kid is to sit there and watch them as they go down in flames and point and laugh at them and feel good about it. Good. I'm glad you're failing. I'm glad that you don't have jobs. I'm glad that your studio shut down because you did this to yourself. And I tried to help you. I tried to warn you. I've worked in the studios where I try to explain to people, don't shit on the fucking fans on Twitter. They're the people we need to watch our shows so we can keep making shows.
Mm-hmm.
And then now I can't get hired because I spoke some fucking weird right-wing stuff when that's just normal common sense. You don't shit on the people you need to keep your job going. So, okay, fine. I don't get to work in animation anymore. I'm pretty much walking away at this point. So as it burns and as they wonder as they pull Pikachu face and wonder what's going on, why can't they get over a job? Why aren't there any more shows? I'll just shrug and say, yeah, sucks, doesn't it? You did this to yourself. I'm glad you're finally learning. Now, go fill out that application for Costco's because you're going to need it.
Yep. Basically, rest in piss. You won't be missed.
Yeah.
And
But I like to think like, what's important is upper management. And if I don't know if we're going to talk about that today, but yeah, if Peltz wins or if that happens, he can just easily, wipe it clean, fire all the DEI people and bring back people. Yeah, it's gonna take time.
That's everybody.
Yeah, that's everybody.
That's everybody.
Yeah, that's I know that's everybody. I get it, but it can still happen. It's like just fire everybody, start fresh. Disney is still the giant company it is. It can, for me. It can still happen.
We'll see. I hope I'm wrong. I hope you're right, and I hope I'm wrong. I'm very.
Dan has been blackpilled.
I'm not blackpilled. There's always a chance that I hope that I'm wrong. I have hope. I hope that I'm wrong about everything. I haven't been.
Yeah.
I've been right about fucking everything since 2015. But there's always a chance. There's a chance that I fucking don't know what I'm talking about. And you know what? You know what does give me hope? I'm looking at the comment section right now. Every one of these videos that comes out, even on the official websites or on Instagram, you look at the comments. The hope is in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
The normies
people are calling it out.
The people are speaking. It's almost like they sense, we're not your customers, are we? You're not making this for us. You're making this for fucking Klaus Schwab and the WEF, aren't you? Well, go fuck yourself. And they don't usually come at it that direct and that angry. Usually it's just mocking them. And it's hilarious. That's why Sweet Baby Inc. is so upset. It's like you made this site on Steam to just show their games, and everyone just started mocking the crap out of them, started making memes. They can't stand it. They're tyrants. They can't stand humor, and they have no response to it. It's glorious to watch. So, yes, there's hope. There's hope in the people. And there's hope that there's enough people, maybe young people, are out there watching this stuff too. And then when they grow up, they're like, yeah, fuck that. I'm going to go back and watch some animation history. Oh, what is this? Wow, original He-Man was great. I want to do that. And maybe it'll come back. It'll take 20, 30 years. I'll be fucking 70. but I'll be in the nursing
That-
home playing video games, and if a good cartoon comes on, I'm like, hey, there you go, young man. Well done. You finally brought it back.
that I always ask, right? Like, it's like, can Star Wars be saved?
No.
Right? Marvel is dying, but Star Wars has been dead. So, like,
There's
can it be saved? And the thing is that it can, but like what Dan said, like, you have to get rid of everyone and start back like 10 years later. Do 10 years later, and by the time like these DEI people are in their like they'll be in their like mid 40s. They have most of them probably will not have kids because they're
there's a lot going on in Star Wars right now. It's like it's like there's rumors going on with why George Lucas sided with Bob Iger in the power play. It's like
his wife, I'm assuming.
I don't know about that, but the WDW Pro talked about it. Like it's a play for George Lucas to get autonomy in Star Wars back. That's why he had a deal with Bob. Okay, give me Star Wars, I'll side with you. I think that's what happened.
How old is Lucas? He's pretty damn old now, man.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
I think what I think is he wants it. He probably just doesn't want his kids to be sold off the slave trade anymore. Like, he doesn't want his kids to be sold to slave traders anymore.
Traders? That doesn't make no. The thing is, like, look, you guys are pretty young. Most people your age, the Star Wars prequels was your Star Wars movies when you were a kid. For me, it was the original movies. When I was a kid, I went to the theater and watched Empire Strikes Back. So I was not impressed by the prequels, and that proved to me that George doesn't really care that much about his stories or his characters anymore, because otherwise he wouldn't have made them so terrible in the prequels. Now, most people like the prequels, and that's fine. I get it. But as someone who came from the original Star Wars movies when George was young and he just took a course with Joseph Campbell, the founder of the Hero with 1,000 Faces, and talked about mythology and then made Star Wars based on that, he really believed that he was making modern mythology, and he really believed in the stories and the archetypes that he was telling. In his old age, I don't think he really cares that much, and he doesn't really.
I just want the money. I just want the money.
Yeah, and so now it's like he sold it off to Disney, and I'm sure he hasn't been happy with what's been doing, but in the end, he sided with Iger because he doesn't care as much as he doesn't care as much as we did.
Yeah.
You know, that's just the fact, and so he's more like he's at that age where he's more like, I just wish everyone would stop fighting. Let's just stop fighting and just like make more. And who cares? And like, well, we care, George. You stopped caring. We care now.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And
but you're right.
yeah.
There's always a chance. Like you said, you fire everyone. You stop making Star Wars. It goes away for 20 years, and then maybe, just maybe, you bring it back, and you fucking get rid of all the crap that came between 2000 and 2024. All that's gone, and then you start over. Maybe. What confidence do I have that that's going to happen? Almost nothing.
Probably. Yeah.
But though,
the chances are pretty slim.
There's a chance.
Yeah. Though it's stuff's going on with the Acolyte too. I believe it's like it's rumored to only have one season, like because the secretary of Harvey Weinstein and some other director weren't getting along. Some other creative.
The unfuckable one.
Well, no, he just fed her. He didn't have any interest in her. She just was the conduit, to feed him people.
Yeah.
But we won't talk about that.
All right, let's see what the chat has to say about this. By the way, if you look up Ron Coleman online, you might get a black bodybuilder.
Yeah, buddy.
Jewish black bodybuilder. Yeah, true.
Sounds Chad.
Let's see. Get harassed for not being a victim. Good grief. Yeah, all of them are like that. See, is it similar to using the word inconceivable and not knowing how to use it correctly? Yeah, like in Princess Bride. Inconceivable. See. Yeah, Instagram comments are brutal. Yeah, they go hard on them. Yeah, it's
wonderful.
Yeah, let's see. George had people around him that reined him in for A&H and TESB. They were gone by the Rise of the Jedi, I'm assuming. Which is why sorry, Return of the Jedi. And which is why the weakest part of the trilogy. The Return of the Jedi, do you think that's the weakest one?
Yes, but compared to everything that's now, it's still great. Yeah, it's like the original one was the best. Empire Strikes Back is the best of the original trilogy. To say that Return of the Jedi is the weakest of the trilogy is I agree with that, but they are heads and shoulders above everything that's ever come since, with
Yeah.
only a couple of exceptions. But I don't even count those as exceptions. I would say
Yeah,
that
still
yeah.
better than prequels. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like me and Gray, we made a tier list of
Yeah, I
of the
remember that. I remember yelling at the
yeah.
screen too. What the hell's wrong with you?
You idiots!
Oh, fuck it. You know what's funny is that was like the second tier list I saw. The first one I think was like by I don't remember who it was, Geeks and Gamer or maybe Drunk 3PO. But the same thing. I think it was Drunk 3PO. Drunk 3PO made a tier list as well, and y'all's tier list actually eerily matched. And I think it's just a generational thing. But I was yelling at both you guys. I was like, "Fuck off, Jay! You've got to be kidding me!"
No, I believe he put one of the original trilogies below
Yes.
Revenge of the Sith. But we didn't do that. We put the
No.
the original three trilogies were the best. And then I think the best of the prequels is Revenge of the Sith. And then what's it called again? We thought that Rogue One was pretty good. Right. But
Rogue One was pretty good, but I the second they buried Donnie Yen in that movie, I was done. I was like, nope.
Yeah.
You cannot show me Donnie Yen kicking all these stormtroopers' ass using what little force he has with his staff, which is awesome. Finally sees
Johnny give him a lightsaber, man.
Right? But then this fucking chick who's half his size with a stick that's smaller does the same thing. It's like, oh great, good. None of these people understand violence. None of them.
Yeah, I would say that the best part of that movie is actually the Darth Vader scene. That's probably like that's the best part, and everything else on the movie was okay. I think that's what saved the movie. It's like if that Darth Vader scene was not in that movie, the movie would have been like, yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do you mean the Christmas one? We did not watch the Christmas movie. No. We did not watch that. All right, let's go ahead and we're gonna the Sweet Baby gravy train is not over yet. We're still gonna be talking about it. This comes to us from Niche Gamer. BBC host calls for the final purge of video gamers over Sweet Baby. So what does she mean, final purge? Is it to get rid of all of us, to round us up, all of the people who hate Sweet Baby Inc., put us in a gulag and shoot us and basically shoot us into the sun? I don't know what the context behind it, but the purge does not sound good.
She wants to ban us from playing or commenting on games. Oh, look at that. A liberal white woman trying to ban people from the things they love. What a surprise.
Yeah. And I believe she has a they, them inappropriate.
Or did I just misgender her? Oh, I'm canceled.
Yeah. It's either they, them, or she and her, but she definitely has pronouns with a rainbow flag. Let's see. Jules Hardy, a presenter and host for the CBBC, part of the BBC network, has called for the final purge of these kinds of gamers in the wake of Newsstream curator list similar to the recent Sweet Baby list. Hardy's tweet was in support for BGG, a company that, in their own words, is partnering with brands to change gaming from the inside out. One Steam user took to themselves to make a similar list to Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, called BGG Detected, which at the time only had one single member. Yo, Justin Martin with the 5 gifted memberships. Yo, thank you, man. Holy crap, thank you. Yo, appreciate it. Thank you. People in the chat, if you guys haven't already, please do enable receiving gifted memberships. So just in case you guys do want it, because you guys are like, I'm a broke boy, and and I don't have money. But the thing is that we don't want you guys to do memberships or anything like that. I know Grae is trying to put out more stuff, but yo, thank you so much, Justin Martins, for the 5 gifted. Yo, thank you so much for the support tonight. Thank you. All right, let's continue. Let's see. Grae, are you a part of the Black Girl Gamers Detected yet?
Oh, there is one? I should.
Yeah.
Okay, there's one. I should.
Let me actually see.
Yeah, there should be for all of them, actually. What about Gamer X? Is there one for Gamer X?
I don't know.
Gamer X is pretty prominent.
Gamer X. Let's see.
GAYMER.
Oh, gamers. Oh, okay. I'm not sure. Let's see. Let's see. Here it is. No, I think it gives me Sweet Baby Ink detected. I can't find that one. Maybe it's in this article. Let's see. Let's continue. Let's see. Right over here it says, Black Girl Gamers at Gamergate 2. Black Girl Gamers, you wanted to defend Sweet Baby Ink with all you could possible. Well, this is what this person wrote, chat. It's not me. It's not dumbass me anymore. Here is your page because you wanted to finish Sweet Baby in when I know that you both work together on projects and force DEI is nothing more than racism. So that's Black Girl Gamers detected right over there. Has one member. Let's see. The tweet alleges that the Sweet Baby Inc. and Black Girl Gamers have worked together, which was later denied. However, BGG does maintain both companies perform similar services. Hardy later attempts to backpedal their statement, claiming that they want to purge the hate and vitriol from gamers rather than disaffecting real people. We doubt anyone seriously thinks she's advocating for violence against gamers, but her original tweet makes it appear that her intent is to disenfranchise existing fans of the medium rather than sincerely tackle the hate and vitriol. So Melanie Mack responded, says, AKA, you want to purge real gamers in favor of activists who can't hang in a multiplayer lobby without having a meltdown, or who can't navigate a single player game without yellow paint, shiny ledges, and the character telling them what to do. And she responds with, nah, I want to purge the hate and vitriol from gamers who refuse to allow gaming to evolve and adapt as we humans are doing. I have no problem with opposing viewpoints, but hate, violence, and aggressive behavior isn't okay in any realm you live. You live in. Sorry, that's a pause right over there. So before I continue, what do you guys think about her response to Melanie Mack?
Well, I had a hard time actually reading the tweet because I was blinded by her fucking halo.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to purge the hate and vitriol. We have to evolve and adapt as we humans. Okay, white liberal lady. This isn't about evolution.
Yeah.
Grae, how do you feel?
And I was searching for the curator for the black girl, but essentially, yeah, it's like, again, it's another Matt Walsh like persons like who thinks gamers are the most absolute degenerates, not just the people who take it to the extreme or too addicted to video games. Again, it's all gamers. They don't have a life. They are losers. Same story, same kind of people. So again, she's just like, she couldn't help herself but spewing her shit. So
well, plus, this is all thought crime shit. I want to purge the hate and vitriol from gamers.
Yeah.
How do you get inside someone's mind and purge the hate? Let's just assume that we're all hateful assholes, right? Not far. How do you do that? Show me a time in history where this has worked, where you're actually able to go inside someone's mind and purge them of their negative opinions, thoughts, feelings, emotions. How do you do it? There is a way to do it. It's actually very effective. You cut out the part of their brain that can feel those things. We used to lobotomize people back in the day. It's not what you would call a humanistic approach. And so
what this person, I would say, wants to do is she wants to be in charge of the Borg.
Of course.
So basically, Grae, for people who doesn't know what the Borg is, basically a Star Trek reference, and basically it's a whole collective hive mind where they fucking control people.
Yep.
Oh. Okay,
I have no problem with opposing viewpoints, but hate, violence, and aggressive behavior isn't okay. Okay, so anything that opposes her viewpoints, she would actually label as hateful and violence and aggressive behavior. So she does have a problem with opposing viewpoints. And yes, every one of these fucking liberal white women or people who think like them all act the same way. What they're actually saying is, if I was in charge of the commissar that had the power to do this, this is what I would do. And then they try to backpedal when people call them out and say, well, I'm not saying I want you rounded up into camps and purged like that. I'm not talking about that way. You would if you had the power to do it. If you had the
Mhm.
magic wand to make us all disappear, if you had the Thanos glove, you would Thanos snap us out of existence. And I have to
Yep.
remind them that Thanos was the bad guy and he was a fucking moron. So what does that say about her?
She's probably a cunt, but let's continue. Let's see. Probably. I can't definitively say, but probably. While there have been actual harassment and vitriol as well as there is with any internet controversy, the spark of this drama was when a Sweet Baby Inc. employee conflated criticism and consumer information with harassment. The recent drama with Sweet Baby Inc. originated with an attempt harassment campaign started by a Sweet Baby employee against a Steam curator for creating a list of games which Sweet Baby Inc. has been involved with. The curator list simply lists games and informs users of the company that was involved with its production. However, ideologues on both sides have rallied around the curator as the latest flashpoint in the cultural war affecting gaming and has led to a broader conversations about narrative consultations and DEI initiatives as a whole. So basically, who cares? This is one white British woman who is probably nothing but an NPC. She looks like an NPC.
She works for BBC. She is an NPC.
Yeah, and someone in the chat basically said she needs the DP from the BBC. Oh man. So over here it says so you shared this one over here. So here's another list right over here. This is from ESG Consultants Detected. Wow, 1800 1800. So let's see. Guild by Association. What about this Haven? So yeah, so these are all the games so far. And I'm glad people are making these lists is because now you can have like a one-stop shop or maybe of like several stop shops to see like, okay, is this game woke? Does this game have any idea? Because when I first played God of War Ragnarok, I'm like, this is Norse mythology. Why is there a black chick in it? Right? And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be, but the thing is that she's a frost giant, right? And I know that maybe like some of the people from the Norse region, the Vikings and shit like that, like they went down to like Morocco and got some people from over there as slaves or whatever, right? Or they brought some people back with them. But as an actual like from a different realm, like it didn't make sense to me. But I'm like, oh, whatever, right? Like I don't know, like did you guys play God of War Ragnarok at all?
Nah, I just watched you, and yeah, based on what I've heard from people, I'm not inclined to anymore. I was interested, but it wasn't really the game that I was super stoked to play. I played the first one. I think it's fine. I actually now thinking about it, I do miss the original trilogy, the young Kratos, not this new one anymore. For now I don't feel it's like I lost the motivation. So I don't find the old Kratos that appealing anymore compared to back then. I prefer going back to the young Kratos and the more action adventure type game rather than the open world RPG isometric one.
Isn't there nudity
behind
in the older ones?
Is it? Yeah. There is.
That's why those are better. that's why those. But the thing is, like this one, this version of like the older Kratos, he's more like reserved. He's not as crazy, right? He has to like nerf himself because he doesn't want his son to become like him. I was like, that's a damn shame, man. Because like according to what I heard, like you're fucking like killing gods left and right. And this one, you're like, I'm gonna retire into the woods, and then I'm just gonna hunt these goats with my son. It's just, here's the thing: I never played the original 3, but from what I heard, like those are actually really, really good. I don't know.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, back when the first old Kratos came out, the first God of War 2018. Yeah, I was like, oh, cool, a nice spin on Kratos. Like he's more mature now. But now, as like all these woke shit we're going through, it's like I kind of miss the young Kratos now. I want him like getting revenge on all the gods, just beating the shit out of all of them. I prefer that Kratos now. I kind of pivoted back to the old Kratos.
Yep. All right. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Let's see. I don't think you have much right over here. The Wayfarer says it's that feminist gig Bill Burr did. She got called out to what she's shouting and got some heat, and then tied her pig's tail. Like, oh, I'm just a girl. Yeah, like, it's sort of like whenever they get called out, they're like, oh, I didn't mean it like that. Oh, no. It's because like, especially on X and Twitter, like if you get like ratioed, like a lot of these people just immediately private their account or limit it. It's because you don't want to look like a fucking idiot. And then and the one best thing that Elon Musk did for X Twitter is community notes.
Oh,
The
Yeah.
community notes is amazing, right? Especially when people are like, oh, so and so wrote this racist thing. It's like actually,
actually,
actually, that's not true, right? And the thing is that like even though if you're not the one who posted it, like if you retweeted it or reposted it, it'll still give you that community notes. Like, hey, there's a community note on something you posted before.
Mhm.
So I'm glad they're doing that. Let's see. Let's see. Marley says I had to do a beer run, smoked a brisket all day. All day and about to throw down. Being a chef, it's on. Nice. Sounds
yeah,
good.
that's me tomorrow, Marley. Tomorrow we're doing a brisket.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
smoked
because it's
brisket.
already Sunday here, so we have work tomorrow. Oh,
Yeah.
back to work tomorrow.
Yeah, the OG3 were great. Yeah, I need to play them. I think I thought they got like a HD
Yeah,
remaster or something, right?
Yeah, I think you can get them on the PSN store as retro games. I know 3 got remastered for PS4. Remaster, whatever. They didn't need to upscale that game anymore. That it already
Yeah.
looks great up to now.
All right. All right, let's see. Let's see. Five Eyes MSM demonize and dehumanize Chinese people. Five Eyes MSM. I don't know what Five Eyes MSM is. I don't know what that is.
I don't know
Let's
either.
see, diversity is weaponized racism. True. And the thing is that if you don't adhere to the diversity, equity, and inclusion, and all the shit that they basically have been espousing ever since like what 2014, 2015, and especially ever since Trump got elected in 2016, it's been like that. And it's like if you're not with us, you're against us and stuff like
Yeah.
that. It's pretty crazy.
There is definitely a new orthodoxy around, and again, anyone who's looked at history, heresy is never tolerated. And if you are part of an orthodoxy, if you're part of a cult, and anyone who speaks out, enemy is an enemy, but a heretic, someone from your own fold, so to speak, like those of us who are not white, who don't believe in any of this shit, we are the worst enemy to them. And anyone like them, like that girl who was kicked out of Black Girls Gamer for not being pro diversity enough,
Mhm.
pro hating white people, they harassed her and stalked her for probably months, right? Because she was one of them. An enemy is an enemy. I mean, the white MAGA hat wearing dude, that's obviously an enemy, but a traitor, they will never
Yeah.
relent.
And that's why J.K. Rowling is on their list.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go ahead and jump over to some Nelson Pouts news. This comes to us from Deadline. It says Nelson Pouts insists again his fight with Disney is about the board, not Bob Iger, but it's a fine line. So so what's going on right now? It's like when is the vote? Did it happen already?
No. It's next week. But there were some.
Oh, shit.
If you look at the spreadsheet, there's also another article there that says there was leaked data recently that I'm not sure if Wall Street was the one who got it first, but suddenly Peltz is now winning in the votation.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
It's gonna be spicy next week for Disney because like let's
Oh.
assume Peltz. I'm actually curious if Peltz wins. Let's say in optimistically speaking, if Peltz wins, like will Bob Iger like right? This article says I have no ill will to Bob. Like we just want to help him when we get our seat on the board. Will Bob Iger leave? Or will he stay to recover his image? That's the part I'm curious about. It's like, or is his ego that fat and big? No, I lost the pelt, so I'll just leave. I don't know what direction he's gonna take if assuming Peltz wins. So it's gonna be exciting if he does really win suddenly.
Yeah. Let's see. Nelson Peltz said today that his bitter proxy fight with Disney is not about Mr. Iger, nor is about it a referendum, but his leadership. Even as CNBC reported that his firm, Trian, is it Trian? I'm not sure how to say it. Trian Partners has withheld votes from the CEO, who is also a board nominee. Trian didn't respond to a request for comment, but the firm clearly feels it needs to walk a fine line between attacking Disney's board, but not its rather popular CEO. Publicly, Trian has been aggressively lobbying shareholders to withhold votes only from Disney board nominees Michael Froman and Maria Elena Lagomasio, and back Peltz and former Disney executive Jay Razullo instead. The board has 12 members, which will be the nominees who wind up with the most votes. Voting is ongoing, and tally will be unveiled at the company's annual meeting April 3rd. Damn, that's Wednesday. That's really soon.
Yeah. But a lot of institutions have. I've been watching a lot of WDW Pro this week. A lot of firms have begun siding with Peltz. If finally, how long did it take them to open their eyes to see like if Disney has a shot of going back to profitability and going back to a family friendly entertainment company? It's Peltz. It's gonna be Peltz, not Iger.
All right. Let's see. Peltz's flurry of communications to shareholders have mostly focused on what it calls weak and inadequate accountability provided by the board, especially regarding succession. Influential proxy advisory firm ISS last week recommended shareholders support Peltz, but not Rasulo, for the board and withhold votes from Lagomazino, who is also citing succession. Disney says Peltz and Rasulo have nothing to offer strategically, and their presence on the board would be detrimental. Iger has received support from luminaries and entertainments and finance from George Lucas to Lawrence Powell, jobs to Jamie Dimon or Demon.
Jamie Dimon. Okay, that's
Jamie
not a name.
Dimon. Who's that?
CEO of JP Morgan. That's why I know.
Oh,
that's why I know. It's not surprising. I know how he talks when he's in the media. So, chat, for those who don't know, my first job is JP Morgan. That's why I'm familiar with Jamie Dimon. Anyway, he's I'm not a fan of him. Suffice to say, I'm not a fan of him.
Oh, so basically, like JP Morgan, Chase, Vanguard, State Street, BlackRock. Man, all of these are tied in together, man.
Yeah, though Valiant made a video saying BlackRock and Vanguard are beginning to waver on their ESG stance. So let's hope that bears fruit or it actually comes true. Valiant has been saying that, so it's Valiant. I'm sure he did the deep dive already, and he's a legit financial analyst. So I believe him.
All right. And the current board received support by Glass Lewis, another big proxy advisory firm. Quote, in this election contest, Disney has emphasized that Mr. Iger is admired and respected, which we do not doubt. Trian supports Mr. Iger as a candidate for the board and as CEO. Trian said in its statement today. CNBC, however, which cited sources who monitor the situation, saying that Trian has voted to withhold support for Iger. While that would not be surprising, it is just not that, what the firm is urging other shareholders to do. Trian is voting its own shares as well as those who ally the former Marvel executive Ike Perlmutter, together repping about $3.5 billion worth of common stock. Disney says Perlmutter, who was he's out of the company a year ago, has personal grudge against Iger.
So the fuck what?
That's funny. Get him out. Just get him out. Just get Iger out, man. Like the fact that like he basically fired. He came back and they fired Chapek on a Sunday. It's like, wow.
Yep.
In the middle of the night, it's like you're fired. Give me back my restroom with the shower in it.
Even when he quote unquote give it back, he never left.
He never. Yeah, I was gonna say. He never gave it. He never gave it to Chapek.
No, because he knew that he was gonna come back.
Yeah,
Yep.
he made Chapek the patsy for the lockdowns. They knew the lockdowns were coming. They knew it was going to be 3. Well, they probably didn't know it was going to be 3 years of hell, but he wanted someone else to be the head of Disney when you close down all the theaters and you shut down all productions, and they're not making a fucking dime. They start losing money. He didn't want his name on that, so he put Chapek in charge. But he always planned to come back because eventually one day the lockdown's going to lift and we're going to start making movies again. And when they do, I want to be back at the top of that thing. So
Which
Yeah.
which we can argue now is his biggest miscalculation. he should have just probably let Chapek continue if he wanted his reputation to remain clean, should we say. It would have been the more conservative political
all
move.
these manager types, the manager class, these are the same people in charge of the WEF, the ESG people, the BlackRocks, the JP Morgan. They think that they can predict the future. They think that they can steer people in the quote unquote right direction, and that's the direction they say so. They think they're playing chess, but imagine if the chess pieces didn't actually stay where you put them. Imagine if the chess pieces could actually move on their own. That's what they're dealing with. Anytime any of these managers, whether it's a government like Mao's China or Stalin's Russia, or if it's a corporation like BlackRock or Vanguard, you think you're going to be able to steer the future and you think you're going to be able to be in charge of it. The problem is, as you move the chess pieces are us. And we don't always fucking do what we're told. I know, shocking. And some of us just tell you to go fuck yourself. And so you move the knight to this position and the knight just says, no, I'm going to go over here. In fact, I'm going to step off the board. I don't want nothing to do with this anymore. Where the fuck did my knight go? I thought we had plans for these knights and pawns, and they just fucked off and got off this board, and now we don't have them. And here come the investors. Where's my profits? You said I'd have profits.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy to watch this happen. But it's just, again, everyone's pulling Pikachu face. Well, I didn't know this was gonna. I didn't know this.
Yeah, the most bizarre thing, it took this long for this to finally it took over a decade for this to happen.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's continue. All right. Pelts, including his silent ally Perlmutter, would harm Disney and jeopardize our strategic transformation. Disney said in a filing today, there have been hundreds of filings in recent months, including from another investment firm, Blackwell's Capital, which is anti-Pelts, but has 3 of its own nominees on the board. A Trine Group rep pointed to the firm's press release today, said that the fact that Disney spends so much time and ink defending Mr. Iger while saying almost nothing about the 2 director candidates whose re-election trial is challenging is both troubling and telling. This campaign is not about Mr. Iger, nor is it about referendum on his leadership. And in all events, Disney is and must be more than just one person, especially one whose contract expires in less than 2 short years. Disney used to be about one person's vision, which is Walt's vision, and now it's just basically Disney in name only. Everything else is just about money, and it's about not keeping the magic and the spirit of Disney and his legacy alive. And it's all about what we can do now. If Nelson Peltz comes in and takes over, the fact that I'm not sure how much house cleaning he's gonna do.
He still him getting the seat is just the beginning. He still needs, as Dan mentioned, Ogami. He mentioned there's still everyone else at the bottom. Everyone else at the bottom, right? It's these are all DEI driven people. So he's still gonna face a lot of opposition apart from Bob's yes men board of directors. There's also middle management, everyone else, everyone who's DEI infected. So we can only see how much influence can Nelson and all the other institutional investors that sided with him. How much can they steer the ship to bring Disney back to its correct to the right path?
Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's finish this off. This election is a board election, and the question before shareholder is who should serve on the board, helping the company on behalf of the shareholders. Choosing between these slates and voting for change versus more of the same is really what the election is about. Yeah, I believe as of right now, at least the past 4 years, Disney has not made a lot of money. Like, did they ever make $1 billion? Like last year and the year before? Not really, huh?
They've
Most they've
lost
gotten.
money. Yeah, they've lost
Yeah.
money every quarter. In fact, the report is every quarter they lost close to $1 billion per quarter. A quarter is 3 months. So, yeah, they have been losing because they put out crap product. Again, they were pro lockdown, so they were all about shutting down everything. And to be fair, everyone at the top corporations were. But then they decided to pick that fight, and they decided to virtue signal. And we always have that video of the head of children's programming's my not at all secret gay agenda. So that stuck with people, and
Mhm.
I don't think that was an accident. They speak with such confidence because they believe they're on the right side. Again, it's a cult. It's a DIE cult. And they follow all the religious patterns that we've seen a million times in the past. They just don't have a god per se. Their god is DIE. Their god is diversity, inclusion, equity. They have 3, right? And that's how they revere it. And if you speak against them, you're a heretic. Burn the heretic. Purge them. And that's why they use words like that. Purge them. That's what that BBC NPC said. And so then that's what they want. And again, the investors, the global investors, they might think they're on the right path too, but really at the end of the day, they're about making money. And what they were told is that the modern audience is out there. It's the young people, and this is what they're into. They're into this diversity, inclusion, and equity. So if you want to make money going forward, the old people, they're going to die, and they're not the ones you appeal to. You appeal to the new generation, the young, hip generation. And of course, they're like, yeah, great. That sounds good. Let's do it. Problem is, they're not making any money because that modern audience doesn't exist. There's plenty of young people out there. It turns out that they don't give a shit about any of this stuff. None of it. So
Yep.
now not only did you, it's one thing if a company goes and tries to get new customers, but if you go out and get new customers and tell your old customers to fuck off, the old customer is going to fuck off. And if you don't find new customers, you're screwed. And that's what's happening right now. So
Yep.
they did this to themselves.
Yeah. I think let's see what's gonna happen, man. In
Yeah,
a couple of days, we'll see.
Yeah, next week is gonna be big about Disney stuff for sure. The power struggle is about to go on fire next week.
Yeah, well,
With the
I
votation.
keep bringing up it's the lesson of New Coke. We brought this up last time, the New Coke and Old Coke thing. All right, New Coke did learn because when they started losing their customers because they made New Coke, they corrected very quickly because they wanted to keep their customers. They wanted more customers, but they wanted to keep the ones they had. So they released, while New Coke was still on the shelves, they brought back Coke Classic to keep their old customers happy. And eventually, since no one bought New Coke, Coke Classic was what stayed on the shelves, and they just named it Coke again, a Coke original flavor, right? They adapted very quickly because they saw that their customers were responding. But that's because they valued the people buying their sugar water, right? These guys don't value the customer. They're telling the old customers, go fuck yourself. They're not going to give us Disney Classic. They're not going to give it. They'll give us Disney Classic, but they'll put a disclaimer on it. This was made in a different time and it's very problematic and it might be triggering, blah, blah, blah. They're apologizing preemptively for the stuff that they made, which at the time is a treasure and is still a treasure to this day. They don't care about the old customer. They want the new customer. They're telling the old customer to go away. So the old customers are going away and the new customers don't give a fuck. So yes, good. The market is speaking to you loud and clear and you're not listening. So guess what happens?
Yeah. They're basically like,
back-
how can we put Taylor Swift in our movies?
They're gonna go back to the DSP people, the BlackRocks, the Vanguards, and JP Morgan and say, oh no, don't worry. We definitely will write this, give us more money. Invest in the future of Disney. And they might get it.
Yep. All right. Let's see what the chat is saying. Let's see. Says hey, it's me in HD. Says I still can't get over Lucas's betrayal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can if you were there for the prequels and just saw how bad they were. If you grew up with the originals and were like, what the fuck? That's how you knew it was over. So this is the second time. I've been through this rodeo a few times now. And so you can't hurt me anymore.
Yeah. I say Lucas is senile. Don't blame him. Booming Bob says he was never going to be on our side, so Lucas doing that was not shocking. Plus, he doesn't care anymore, and I think that's I
Really?
think that's I don't think he
Sad but
cares at
true.
all. Yeah, he was fired him at an Elton John concert. Is that true?
Yeah. Chapek
Yeah.
was at a concert on Sunday night, and they fired him via like fucking email.
Yeah, it's like your services are no longer required,
Don't
and he
bother
goes
coming in
like,
tomorrow, there, Bob.
"Don't come in. The doors will be locked." Man, that sucks. Yeah, make Disney magical again. Yeah, probably they're probably not going to do that. There is a Darth Jar Jar. I know it. That would be hilarious if there is a Darth Jar Jar, because it's like I want that to be a thing now because it's been memed. Let's see. Yep. They definitely drink their own Kool-Aid. Yep, they drink their own bath water as well. Let's
They don't
see.
take baths.
Yeah. What? Let's
Baths
see.
are patriarchal.
Disney. Yeah, being clean is patriarchal, right?
Yeah, a
Disney
white
board
man
meetings.
invented the bathtub. Okay, so we're not using that.
The Disney board meeting is in the 3rd. Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. If they left new Coke flavor in Diet Coke, is that true?
That's true. And to be fair, Diet Coke actually doesn't taste too bad. I remember Diet Coke tasting like total ass back in the day. So they put the new Coke flavor in Diet Coke, so it's not bad now. It still doesn't compare. It still tastes like shit, but it's better than it was back in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there's some theories on why Lucas betrayed. His wife controls his money and sits on the board of Chase.
Oof. I'm sure his wife
Oh.
controls more than his money.
Grae,
You know,
can
his
you
daughter
message?
is actually a big MMA fighter. She's not big. She's literally big. Like her body's big. A big MMA fighter.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Grae, can you message your old boss and say, "Hey, is this true?"
Is this true, Jamie? Is this true?
Yeah, just message them. It's like, hey, just call him up. It's like, hey, man, can you come on to Project Eggroll and discuss something? We'd like to have you on.
Yeah, that's not
Just
gonna
bring
end
him on,
well.
This
Yeah,
week on
that's it.
Project Eggroll, the president of Chase.
Yeah,
Yep.
for some reason. How dare you, Ogami? The prequels were 3 Godfathers part 3.
You got me there.
Let's see. Argo says another theory is that he did it.
Yeah,
he
I
did-
mentioned
he
that.
did a quid pro quo with Iger on legacy preservation, but I don't know how
believe
true
that for
that
a
is.
fucking
Yeah, it's purely speculative at this point.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that for a second because when Lucas released the Star Wars in theaters before the prequels came out, you guys remember that? Maybe before the prequels came out, he actually put the original trilogy back in theaters, but he had to fix them. And
Oh
that's
yeah, I heard about it.
Special edition, and he ended up changing. He thought they were little changes, but they ended up changing the entire character. They ended up changing the entire scene. Everyone knows the Han shot first meme. He changed it so Han didn't shoot first. He shot in self-defense, which completely fucks up the character and fucks up how cool he was. And it wasn't even done that well. He doesn't care about that. He fixed his movies, and the fans were so outraged at the time when it was coming to Blu-ray and DVD. Well, I don't know if Blu-ray was around then. So when it was coming to DVD, the fans like all were screaming, "Please give us the originals!" And so Disney or Lucasfilm ended up including the original unedited version, but it wasn't the remastered version they had released on VHS just a few years before, which I have those. I still have a VHS player, which is the original trilogy on VHS remastered. It looks great, sounds great, all that stuff. It wasn't that. They included a DVD with the crappiest TV cut edit you could find with special edition. And I still just watch the original edits, even though it's all grainy and the colors kind of washed out, and the special effects actually don't hold up because you can see they're transparent because they were overlays and whatever. But that's how much he cares about his fucking legacy. So no, I don't believe that. I don't believe. Oh,
That sucks.
No, he doesn't care. He does not care.
Man, that sucks, man. Like if you told me back, 20 years ago that like Lucasfilm Star Wars is gonna suck, Indiana Jones is gonna suck, everything that Lucas touches sucks.
Yeah, they fucked up Indiana Jones but way before the Kathleen Kennedy was there. Steven Spielberg and George Lucas got together to do Crystal Skull. The originals came together to do the Indiana Jones 4, and it was fucking awful. And Kathleen
the
Kennedy,
aliens. Yeah, I watched that one.
Yeah,
it was awful.
And the only way that Kathleen Kennedy was involved then is she was still getting him coffee. So she had nothing to do with that creatively, and they still fucked it up. So to say that we can go back to, if only we could give George back to, no, he's not going to help. He's always been a fucking detriment. The only time there was some hope is when the new movies were so fucking bad that even he was like, okay, this is a little far. I'm not gonna go to this premiere. Everyone's that means he doesn't like it. Maybe he'll save it. No, sorry guys.
Yeah. All right. Now here's the thing. Dan, did you watch Dial of Destiny?
Fuck no. Again, you can't
Okay.
hurt me anymore. I'm not gonna I can only hurt me so many times. Last Jedi
No.
was it, and I mean it not just for Star Wars, it was it for Lucasfilm. Done. Crystal Skull, I learned my lesson. You can't go back to the past. And from what I've seen the reviews, so at least at the end of Crystal Skull, that was a happy ending. Well, fuck that shit. We can't have them go off in the sunset and have a happy ending. We're gonna just completely screw that up too.
Yeah.
You can't even keep that.
See right over here. Booming Bob says Crystal Skull is good compared to in comparison to Dial of Destiny.
Yep.
And a pile of shit with frosting on it tastes better than a pile of shit without frosting on it. That's true too. Yep.
Yeah. See, Argo says that Crystal Skull, the thing with South Park, was a epitome of it. Yep. You're right, Bingham. Let's see. Hates me and HD say, what's the deal, Ogami? You didn't like Mutt Jones?
You know what? Mutt Jones could have been good if it was anyone but fucking Shia LaBeouf.
Well, he was like the big hotness during that time, right?
Yeah,
he
was
was
funny because he's 4'0". So if you want to tell me that Indiana Jones has a son who he doesn't know, who rides in like he's James Dean, how about you fucking cast someone who looks like James Dean? That would have been cool. Like I don't know if anyone remembers. Damn, I can't remember his name now, but I think his name was Josh Barnett. He was in Sin City. He was that tall, like good-looking guy. He was in the movie
Black Hawk Down.
Yes, Black Hawk Down. Now, I always thought, because I remember when River Phoenix played a young Indiana Jones, and a lot of people don't remember River Phoenix, but he was an up-and-comer.
Oh yeah, but he passed away.
Rival Leonardo DiCaprio, and so River Phoenix, young Indiana Jones. If he was still alive, he probably could have played Mutt. But the character of Mutt, this cool 50s James Dean template, that's a cool character. And you could have picked Josh Barnett, who's 6'3", who's the same height as Indy, even looks like Harrison Ford. Do that. Bring in a younger version. Instead, they find this fucking 5-foot-tall spaz who, like, he tries to be threatening, and it's like, I'm not tall. But if he walked in trying to threaten me, it's like, just start laughing at him. Like, dude, come on. Like, riding in on your stupid motorcycle with your stupid switchblade. Relax. It's I'm about to throw you to this table. Relax.
The best Josh, I think his name is Josh Hartnett, right? I think Hartnett.
Hartnett, yeah, there you go. Yep. Yeah.
See, Josh Hartnett's best movie is 40 Days and 40 Nights, and you guys know it. I know it. Everyone knows it because there's a lot of boobs in that one.
Hey, he did No Nut November before it was cool.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that was actually crazy. But it was 40 days, 40 nights. It was 40. So this mad lad tried to do an additional 10 days for no reason.
Hell yeah.
Oh man. All right. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and what's it called again? Talk about something big, something massive news that just dropped. It comes from today.com. Lizzo announces she's quitting with emotional Instagram post.
Quitting what? Sugar?
Oh man. So she's quitting singing altogether, I believe. Oh,
she's singing. Oh, well, what happened to all her fans?
Yeah, I think because she hates that people keep calling her fat and ugly.
But I thought she was.
I don't know.
They're just haters, Lizzo.
Let's see. Singer and Yiddy clothing brand owner made the announcement in social media post. Let's see. Right over here, it says, "I'm getting tired." The color is fucking awful, by the way. It's hurting my eyes. I'm getting tired of putting up with being dragged by everyone in my life and on the internet. All I want is to make music and make people happy and help the world be a little better than how I found it. But I'm starting to feel like the world doesn't want me in it. No, you're so big, you're in everyone's world. I'm constantly up against lies being told about me for clout and views. being the butt of the joke every single time because of how I look. My character being picked apart by people who don't know me and disrespecting my name. I didn't sign up for this shit. I quit. So what y'all think about Lizzo?
Yeah,
She's removing herself from our lives. No matter how fat she is, she's still going to be touching us in some way or another. But how do you guys feel?
so if somehow there's gonna be a Mandalorian season 4, it's gonna be Jack Black crying that she broke up with him. That's gonna be a plot in
shit.
Mandalorian season 4.
Oh man,
Well,
how do you feel, Dan?
I wish I could say I was sad to see her go, but I was never a fan in the first place, and I don't care. First of all, it's funny because I'm going to argue against what she's saying, even though I'm getting my desired outcome, which is her going the fuck away. So, okay. But yes, you did sign up for this shit, Lizzo. You went into show business and your goal was to become famous, and you achieved a dream that most people who enter that business do not achieve. But part of fame means that you're going to get a lot of attention, including negative attention. That's what fame means. So yes, you fucking did sign up with this shit. And then that's just if you didn't say a word. But the fact is she did say a word. She's one of the big proponents of this body positivity. I'm sexy at any size. This is what sexy looks like. If you don't like this, then you're a hater. That's what she kept telling us. Now we know she didn't believe a fucking word of that. She didn't look at all her adoring fans, all these women and plus size women and body positive people and say, yeah, you go, girl. She's our champion. Look how beautiful she is. She's a 10. Lizzo is gorgeous. She didn't listen to them. She listened to the people who weren't even fans of hers saying like, okay, whatever, pull the fork out. That's who got to her. So that means that all that confidence she put forward, all that during lockdown, she was doing blowjob videos. Oh, imagine if this was me in your pants. It was disgusting. So she was proud of that, but now we know she was full of shit. She didn't believe any of that stuff. And now she's
full of fat.
So this is what you get. You did this again. This is another one of those things. You did this to yourself. You wanted to be the big star. You became a big star. The fact is, with all of her girth and all of her look, she achieved something that most people. It is kind of an inspiration because even if you look like that, she actually is talented. I've heard her sing and I've heard her play the flute. She actually does have talent. So what you proved is that even in this terrible country with all these male gazes looking at you and all this misogyny and systematic blah, 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 you as a fat ass black woman was able to become one of the biggest stars in pop culture and became phenomenally rich because of it. You proved that it can be done. So you should be happy. You should be proud in that respect. But because she didn't believe a fucking word of what she said, what she was telling everyone, now she's going to quit because she's being, it's ridiculous. These people are disgusting on the inside, and we now see it, and the truth comes out. So I'm, hey, don't let the door hit your fat ass on the way out. How's that?
And the thing is, like, she, like you said, like, you know what you're getting into. You are in the public eye. Whether you like it or not, you will get judged every way possible, right? And the thing is that you're not like a Twitch streamer like Asmongold. He's like, oh, my social battery's being drained. Everyone's judging you. Everyone's looking at where you live and stuff like that. No, you're even bigger than that. And plus, this is coming from Lizzo. She's ultra big, right? So the fact that you're in the public eye, grow a fucking backbone. How about you get off of social media and just continue doing what you're doing, right? Because whether you like her music or not, there are still people who are fans of hers. And now that people who are fans of you, who are like, you go, girl, and stuff like that. But the thing is, what actually really got to her wasn't that. It was actually this. So in 2020, some shit happened in Iran. And then this person posted it on X and Twitter. He said, Plan B, drop Lizzo on Iran. So this is what.
This isn't a normal bunker buster. This will bunk the bunker that's under the bunker that you're trying to bust.
Yeah. But man, see, this is what got her pissed off. And she was never the same after that. She was never able to recover from this. Oh man. Oh shit, man. But yeah, she's quitting. She's quitting altogether. But do you think she's actually quitting, or do you think she's taking a break? Because sometimes they just come back.
She's just taking a break.
Yeah. She's gonna take a break. She's gonna do a comeback tour. I saw someone in the chat ask if she's gonna go into the Stellar Blade project. No, she's actually in Helldivers too. No, she is. Like, so Helldivers 2 is very loosely based on, well, not loosely, it's almost a direct ripoff of Starship Troopers. But if you remember the movie, there's the tankers, the tanker bugs that show up, these massive things that spit bile everywhere. So
yeah.
Of course, me being the summer child that I am, was in game playing, and I was like, "Look out, tanker!" And everyone didn't know what the hell I was talking about. We all got killed, and then they told me, "Hey, listen, they're not called tankers. Those are Lizzos." Oh,
That's actually funny.
Yes.
Oh, there's a Lizzo coming. Get
Lizzo,
3 o'clock. Oh shit, man. All right, let's go ahead and read some comments right over here. Let's see. That's right over here. All right, let's see. She's not quitting being fat. Yeah, that's true. Well, here's the thing.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure, chat, if you're following the story. When you first saw who's that British lady that can sing really well? She's like I forgot her name already. She used to be big. She'd be sort of fat. She sang the Rolling in the Deep. I forgot her name already. Adele. There you go. Yeah. Adele the same. Yeah, Adele. She used to be so overweight, right? And everyone loved her. She's like, "Oh, you're awesome. Don't lose any weight. You're amazing," and stuff like that. And then she lost weight. And then her fan base was like, "What the fuck? Why are you trying to be healthy and live longer than I am?" They got actually pissed off at her. Same thing with Rebel Wilson, right? She's a British actress, I believe. And what's it called again? People got really, really mad at her. Like she was extremely overweight, and then she lost a ton of weight, and then she became she actually looks pretty good now. Like if you actually look at I'll show you before and after. Okay, here's before after Adele. So if you look at her now, it's pretty crazy, her transformation. Here it is. Right over there. The one on the right is her before. The one on her left is her now.
Yeah, good for her. It looks like a whole
yeah, she looks good. Like it's like this is Lizzo.
Yeah.
Lizzo! Get out the rocket launcher.
Oh shit, man.
Congratulations for moving over to the gaming sphere, Lizzo. Hey, what can't she do, guys? What can't she do?
Yeah. See, there's your representation, Lizzo. All right, and let me show you a before and after Rebel Wilson. So a lot of people got mad at her too. Like she lost a lot of weight, and a lot of people were like, "What the fuck, man? Why did you lose so much weight? Like, stop doing it because you're making me feel bad." Right? Rebel Wilson is the one. Is this one? She's on the right now. She looks like that on the left.
Rebel she's always been a butterface. Like she always was very like a pretty good looking face. She was just huge. And if she can get her body looking sweet, then I mean she almost looks like she's becoming a pinup on the right.
Yeah. Right. So and people are they actually got mad. It's like, why did you lose so much weight? You were perfect the way you were before. Right? It's because a lot of these fat fucks out there who are like, hey, that's me. That because Rebel Wilson, she's me. I could be Rebel Wilson, and then they lose weight. It's like, hey, what the fuck, man? And so they get super fucking pissed off. Yeah. Right.
Again, it's like body positivity on paper, by the words of their mouth, is supposed to mean all bodies are beautiful. That includes everyone. Sounds wonderful, but in reality, they don't mean that at all, because as soon as they do this, it doesn't include them anymore. So these body positivity people are just basically full of shit.
Yep, exactly. Let's see. Let's go continue. Let's see. Yeah, there are a bunch of bigots, obviously. Yep, true. All these people. Let's see. Stop telling people it's okay to be fat. Do you know? When you go to the nursing homes, Did you know that there's not a lot of fat people there
They don't make it.
because they all died. they all dead. That's why. And heard that people called the biggest bugs in hell diapers.
To be fair,
Listen.
those aren't the biggest bugs, but yes, the tankers are Lizzos. That's correct.
Let's see. She could just delete all of her social media accounts and just live her life. Exactly. She should just continue making music. Stop going online. Stop being. I remember Lizzo was the spokesperson for what's it called again? DoorDash. She was just basically a commercial of her sitting in her bathtub. She's like, "Ooh, what should I order today?"
Oh yeah, you mentioned
order this.
that before. Yeah.
I'm gonna order Yeah, I'm gonna
think
order
we showed it.
cherry. I'm gonna order cherry ice cream and some Cheetos and a pallet of Cheez-Its and a drum of oil. And it's like she's literally the spokesperson for DoorDash, which is like wow. It's like I could sit in my bathtub and order all these food without having to leave. Well, the reason why you can't leave is because you're fucking stuck. You can't.
Yep.
You probably need a crane to get you out of your
Yeah.
bathtub.
Or like if she needs those social media accounts for added revenue, just hire a social media manager to handle, so she doesn't have to read all the negative feedback she gets. I mean, if she has no intention of changing her lifestyle and she doesn't want the cost of having to read social media comments, and just hire a manager to handle it for you.
Yep. Let's see. This sounds like the crying about fame that Kurt Cobain used to do. It's like, oh, really? Is that the reason why he killed himself? Okay, that's sad.
Correction.
That's
Is
fucked up.
that
That's fucked
is
up.
that the reason that Courtney Love killed him? Oh wait, yeah. Allegedly.
Allegedly, according to what I heard, it's like a shotgun blast in like when they found his skull. Like there's a bunch of burnt powder on his face. It's funny, it's because Family Guy did a bit about Kurt Cobain. He's like, imagine if Kurt Cobain found ice cream. And he's like, oh my god, ice cream is so good. And he's like fat.
There's
And he's
like
like
hundreds of flavors. What? I can't go now.
Oh my god, are you saying there are 31 flavors here?
What toppings would you like, sir? Toppings?
What are those? Oh shit, man. Yeah. Yeah. See, I'm fat. I'm fat.
Shaman.
Oh, yeah. That's when Weird Al Yankovic did the "I'm Bad" parody. It's "I'm Fat."
Oh yeah. I remember that one now.
I'm fat, Shimona. Classic.
Let's see.
Classic Marley.
Will Lizzo move on to Ogami's Woke Stellar Blade project now? Okay,
Yeah.
we answered that one already. Let's see. Wait, she quit right after Joe Biden fundraiser. Maybe Sleepy Joe sniffed her more than usual. No, she's not underage. So she's not Joe Biden material, unfortunately. You'd be like, oh, hey, what is that? Is that the moon? And then some person's like, that's no moon, that's Lizzo. Oh shit. Let's see. Algo says I was just meaning Megan Trainor's audience just got smaller. I just think that she is. Yeah, a lot of people said that Megan Trainor was like a little bit like overweight, and I believe she lost weight, and people also got mad at her too.
Yeah.
But she's not making music anymore.
All about that bass. It was all about, and to be fair, the girls in that video were really good looking, despite the fact they weren't what you would call skinny. So she was all about that bass. Oh, check out my big ass, but then she loses it, and all of a sudden it's supposed to be bad. It's like, again, body positive means all bodies, right? Pick your line of bullshit and stick to it. Stop fucking changing things.
Oh, yep, it is. Rebel Wilson is from Australia. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought she was. I don't know. They all y'all sound like. Let's see. Ogami has butterface backwards. Yeah, I think everything but the face. I think
no, that's not true. It's butterface. So whatever's opposite. Her body's fat, but her face is pretty. Or her body's banging, but her face is nasty. That's
so
the old magic to me, pup. I was there when it was written.
Let's see. They scream that Lizzo is beautiful, but tell them that they look like Lizzo and see what happens. Yep, exactly. It's like, oh, she's beautiful. She's a beautiful black woman. It's like, oh,
One
you
of my
look like
favorite things.
Lizzo.
One of my favorite TikTok shorts to watch, like all those girls in those podcasts. Like Lizzo is a 10. You can't. You just have patriarchal beauty standards. You know, you're right. I think you all look like Lizzo, and they.
They get super mad. They're like that. The fucking SJW girl, like, they get super pissed off. Oh man, let's see. Yeah, Kurt offed himself because he was a hippie. Yep, probably true. Probably true. Let's see. And he's like, the thing is, the hippies have no money, and he has so much money. He's like, I don't need all this. Let's see. All this fat shaming, but fat bitches need love too. That is true. There are chubby chasers out there. But here's the thing. What's it called again? If we want people to live longer, we want to make sure that they're not fat, right? Like if you look in the 1970s, you look at beach images from 1970s. They're all like fit, like super fit. And if you look at people who are going to the beach now, they all wear a t-shirt over their bathing suits because they don't want to be seen. They don't want to be seen, you know, in their fatness. See, I heard Megan Trainor has a kielbasa problem because her husband gives her that.
Well, good for her, man. Good for her. So,
Yeah, good for
say that
you.
like need love too. Well, there you go. There's the love right there.
Yeah.
Megan Trainor,
Yeah,
take it.
good for you. Good for you. Oh my
Good
god,
for
sorry.
you.
Yeah. Yeah, everything is good but her face. Oh, I see.
Danny, stop being wrong. Okay? You can't win others.
Lizzo-licious. Yep. Lizzo is a 10 on a Richter scale. Yep. So I remember what's that called again? Someone posted an image of like Lizzo like dancing on the stage, and I basically put like this girl putting on makeup, and all of a sudden there's an earthquake. It's like sorry, chat. Sorry. Yeah, like you said, fat people need love too. That is true. That is true. All right. Let's jump over to our next topic. So earlier we were talking about Korean video games, right? And Korean drama and basically medium that's coming out from the East. However, Japan has been out a lot longer. Like their stuff is a little more normal here in the West. That there's some stuff that I'm not a big fan of that's happening over there right now. So this article comes to us from Bounding in the Comics. And it says, Japanese Communist Party seeking to file formal United Nations complaint regarding manga featuring sexy female characters.
Okay.
So,
Japanese fucking Communist Party. I mean, that's hey, I just came back from Japan, and they are very honest people when it comes to, you know, their behavior. Not so much their words, but their behavior. Yeah.
So, the thing is that if it's on manga and stuff like that, like, do you think that we're going to be getting, you know, Nami and Robin are going to be covered up like moving forward in One Piece?
Nah, for me, I don't think so. I think Japan, the audience for these, for manga anime, it's far too big. It's like there no way. It's like if a company's gonna go that far to risk it, they better be ready for the consequences, PR wise and financially. They better be ready for it to go down if they really want to go that route. No, I don't think so. No communist party is gonna succeed.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and read this article. It says, in sadly proving that the ongoing war against creative freedom is not just limited to entertainment in the West, it appears that the Japanese Communist Party is preparing to file a formal complaint with the United Nations regarding the continued depiction of sexy women in Japanese magazines and anime. In manga. Here's another one. All right, let's say the party's latest political play was first revealed on March 18th, courtesy of Misato Nakayama, the user of the Japanese open blog website Together. I scanned a QR code in the Shimbun Akahata, the local newspaper publication of the Japanese Communist Party, and looked at the survey being conducted by the Japanese feminist organization, the New Japan Women's Association wrote Nakayama as machine translated by Deep L. It seemed that they were conducting a survey about magazines. The question was, were there any magazines in the store that you were interested in, such as adult-oriented magazines? Sorry, there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm looking at all the curvature.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm looking at all the curvature here.
Did
But
someone tell Microsoft that there's all these curves in this picture?
Yeah, I'm looking at this one and this one and sorry. However, far from just actual pornographic adult magazines, many of the titles listed for selection in the survey were manga magazines for both younger shonen and older seinen male demographics, the latter of which tend to include photo shoots of real-world female models, including Akita Shoten's weekly shonen champion, Shueisha's weekly young jump, and the Haku Sensha's young animal. This last entry perhaps best known of the home magazine of the late Kentaro Miura's Berserk. The reason for the survey: to help the Japanese Communist Party file a formal complaint with the UN regarding the continued allowance of sexy female depictions in media. So I know that Japan is extremely conservative in terms of how they are and how they act, and they're very polite in public and stuff like that. No yelling, no loud abruptions and stuff like that. And that's the reason why Johnny Somali and what's it called again? Was it Logan Paul? They're like banned from Japan, basically. The thing is that when it comes to their media, that's completely different. Now, Dan, since you said you just recently came back from Japan, do you see this making any waves?
No, and that's why they're going to the UN. They have no fucking chance and no hope in Japan. The Japanese culture is interesting because they're not white, guys, but they are very happy to be Japanese, and they have no problem distinguishing between Japanese and non-Japanese. And the way they behave and the way they act is, we're Japanese and you're not. And it's okay. That's it. They're very polite to foreigners, especially if they're tourists. They're very patient with us. You know, I myself conducted quite a few cultural faux pas when I was there, but they didn't make a big deal out of it. It was just like, well, he's a foreigner. What are you gonna do? You know, it's like he just doesn't know. But yes, they are about. It's a serious country run by serious people. Now, they are not completely perfect. You know, they did go on with lockdowns, and there are groups within them that are trying to, I would say, they've been infected by the American college mind virus. And that's why you have a Japanese Communist Party who's allied with, of course, this Japanese feminist group. It's the same group. It's not going to go anywhere in Japan. And people in Japan will just ignore them completely. Like, they don't have time for this stuff. So that's why they're going to the UN. And just as the case with all these Marxist groups, they don't like their own nation's culture. They tend not to like their own nation's history. They tend to not even like their own nation. So what they want is they want a one world government, and they think the UN is going to be that. And so they'll go to the UN and in the hopes that the UN will put pressure on Japan somehow, because Japan's just not listening to them, but they might listen to the UN.
It's
fucking hilarious, but it's just like they really believe this stuff. And I know they believe this stuff because that's what they all do. Every communist, every Marxist, every social democrat, all these people, they all think that we should be moving toward, their progress is toward a one world government, just like in Star Trek, where you have the most intelligent, most educated elites making all the decisions for us poor little mud people who can't be trusted to make our own decisions. That's what they want. And anything that can move it in that direction will be. The problem is, again, like chess pieces that don't fucking listen, we kind of do whatever we want, even with all the restrictions. We kind of just move ourselves. And so it keeps failing, and they keep wondering why. Yes, we could do more to stop this. 2024 could come. We could just simply end the U.S. involvement in the UN and WHO, and that would end all of it. But I don't really see that happening. But again, it's one of those things where there's a chance this could all end in a year. by the U.S. just saying we're not funding this shit anymore. I know we founded it. It's not. We're not funding it. We are the main military might of the UN. You don't have us anymore. So anytime you try to enforce anything, everyone else is just going to laugh at you.
Yeah.
That's not going to
What
happen.
about,
But that could happen. That is how you could just solve this problem immediately.
what about you, Grae? How do you feel?
Yeah, it's like I've been to Japan a couple of times for vacation, and knowing their culture, their way of life. Yeah, again, it's not gonna fly off, as Dan said. People in Japan are like, they're probably the most workaholic people I ever know. They're far too busy to think about shit like this. It's like these people under the comment. They're probably a bunch of unemployed people who have nothing to do, and then they just think to their thoughts and ends up arriving at this conclusion, trying to push their ideology. Which again, it's super small compared to, like, let's say in the US, where they have pretty much there's a lot of them. That's why there's a lot of them in the US and the UK, and they're very preachy about it. But in Japan, it's just like there's such a small, tiny group that, like, they can hardly put a dent to their way of life, their culture, and
I
it's
did
not
see a
gonna happen.
couple of them. I did, they don't have it like we have it, but there was a couple of people out on the streets during work hours with signs, and they were clearly communists, but there was like one or two guys. It's not like here where they take over a whole block or they stop traffic.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like these guys are like one or two people with signs, and it's like everyone just walks by them, like no one's paying attention.
yeah. It's too small to make any shred or inkling of significance in Japan. Not gonna happen.
Mhm. All right, let's continue. Let's see. In a 3-day preliminary survey, 517 stores conducted at the end of December, we found that adult magazines in convenience stores, which we thought had disappeared through our campaigns and surveys, were making a comeback in various locations, explained the Japanese communists in the survey's preamble. This time, we will conduct a full-scale nationwide survey, they detailed. We will investigate whether there are adult magazines that treat women as sexual objects in convenience stores that are used by everyone regardless of gender or race, and submit a request to the convenience store headquarters with the results. We will also include a report to the UN committee on the elimination of discrimination against women.
Laughing.
I probably should start watching Dr. Stone for the plot. I heard it's pretty good. Heard it's pretty good. But yeah, so notably, this is not the first time the Japanese Communist Party has taken aim at attractive female characters in entertainment. In November of 2022, Shimbun Akahata published an essay in which its author, a party member, took extreme issue with the strong male perspective in Square Enix's Dragon Quest series, particularly in regards to how it portrays female characters as attractive. This is attractive. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Jade is pretty hot. I finished Dragon Quest 11. Yeah.
Yep. Oh man. For example, the chosen hero was born to save the world is a male, wrote the party member. There's even a childhood friend who continues waiting to and saves herself for the hero. Even for roles and abilities, male characters are generally assigned to attack, while female characters are assigned to heal and support, he continued. The way they speak using days and dawa endings is also stereotyped by gender.
Wait,
The excessive...
sorry. Is that still from
Daze.
is
Daze
that still
and
from
dawa.
is that still from the same writer that said that talked about Square Enix, Dragon Quest 11? Is that still the same person? If the chosen hero was born,
Wrote the
Is that
party
me?
member, yes.
Look,
Yeah.
dude, Jade is a fighter. She's not a healer. She's a fighter, man.
These people
Yep.
don't play the games. They don't
They
know
don't
what
play
they're
the
talking
games,
about.
Gray. They don't play the games.
She's a
See,
martial
the
artist.
Yeah. Yeah, the excessive sexiness of the characters is also concerning, such as a character model for female martial artist that focuses on her breasts and hips, and the use of bunny girl outfits as an armor for female characters. They further complain that the fact that many towns have sexually oriented areas is also problematic. I don't see any issues.
That's an American word.
I don't see any issues with this. So yeah, I don't think this is gonna go anywhere. There's probably about like 4 people that are like, and when we talked about it,
Yeah.
the vocal minority, the squeaky wheels usually get the grease. But the thing is, the UN has bigger fish to fry. Like
Yeah.
You wanna talk
World
about
War
mistreating
Three.
women?
Yep.
Like there are how many
Wow.
Muslim countries in the world, and none of you fucking communists want to say a word against them when you should be.
Yeah.
Like, come
It's
on.
yeah, I think the amount of censorship that people love, it says I feel like I'm back in China, right? The thing is, like, they want the censorship for the stuff that they disagree in. So if it's like a fat fuck or like two dudes having sex in an alley, they're like, oh yeah, we can show their dicks, it's fine. But all hot females, no, that's stupid, that's bigoted.
You know what's
Stupid
sad is
pieces of
that
shit.
for all their harping on about how the communists that Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire people go on about, they would actually
Mhm.
find common ground on this.
Yep.
Yes, we agree that hentai is nothing but like sex and degeneracy and debauchery. We should appeal and end all that stuff. Like, good. I'm so glad you guys agree. The censors always agree.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is that, like, as a freedom, liberty minded person, whenever government or any kind of organization takes stuff away or censors things, is like the FCC and shit like that. Like, I understand if you're talking about like for little kids, right?
Mhm.
And if you're trying to censor stuff for little kids, then the parents have to be the one who censors it for them. You
Yep.
can't automatically censor it for anyone and for everyone as a whole, is because that's crossing the line. And a person who's a libertarian, like, I feel like, whenever the government takes over something, whenever the government has control, they're never going to relinquish it. It's going to
Exactly.
get worse and worse and worse, right? So yeah, I think that, but in the case of Japan, I think there's doesn't Japan have like one of the lowest like birth rates
Yeah.
in some time now?
Yep. Yep. We have
And
a
don't you
population
want,
problem.
and of course, for me, like, I think that showing um what's it called again, more stuff that's more oriented towards straight, straight males or females and stuff like that, in this case for straight males, to get them more into liking women, and the attractiveness of femininity, I think is a good thing. It crosses the line if they are too hung up on like, oh, they only want anime waifu pillows only. Okay, that's when it sort of gets outrageous. But the thing is that, am I going to be the one who says you can't do that? No, you can do whatever you want. But the thing is that if you are going to make everyone gay and lame and shit like that, your decline in birth rate is going to increase dramatically. And I think this is actually a good thing for them to see, like, oh wow, there's something happening down below. My pants is, my zipper is destroying my dick right now because of how hard I am. So I feels like I'm actually attracted to women. So that's a good thing. That means to go outside, talk to women, get it, go on a date and get married, right? That's what they should do. But if this JCP is basically trying to, like, oh, we should make women more ugly, we should make them less attractive, you're gonna turn a lot of these guys off, physically and mentally. But I don't know. That's just me being a coomer. But how do you guys feel?
Well, interestingly enough, yeah, we talked about the Japanese birth rate being among the lowest. They have one of the highest ages. Average age of the population is among the highest. It's like between 45 and 50. It's not as bad as China. China is facing population collapse, but Japan is up there, just like with most first world countries. Our birth rate is lower than replacement rate, but it's not as bad as Japan. And that has a lot to do in Japan. It has a lot to do with not just being a first world country, because that's common in every first world country, but also that they have a culture, that workaholic culture they have. It makes
Yes.
it almost impossible for anyone to have a life. And
Yep.
when we were
Yep.
there, we did a bar hop, and we went to kind of a, not quite a red light district, but it seemed like it. Like, things started getting seedier, and I started seeing these girl bars. And at first I was like, girl bars? Is that a polite Japanese way? I had to look it up, and no, it turns out that the workaholic culture is so bad in Japan that there are places called girl bars where you go in and it's like you pay the equivalent of like $20 an hour, right? And it's a full bar, and all the bartenders are cute young girls, and by young I mean in their 20s, right? So cute young girls are working the bar, cute young girls are working the wait staff, and cute young girls are just hanging out in the bar. And you go in, you give them your credit card, and it's $20 an hour, and they come up and they smile at you and they talk to you. You have a nice conversation. You can buy them drinks. In fact, they kind of want you to buy them drinks, and you drink, and they take shots with you, and everyone's happy, and they're all celebrating. This exists because young men in that country have no other freaking time or outlet to actually socialize. And it's not like a sex thing. In fact, if you try to proposition a girl, or if you get too drunk and start groping her, they have this big security guys that just usually throw your ass out. And these security guys are foreigners, so put it that way. They find big gorilla looking dudes. But yeah, they call themselves girl bars. And so I'm looking at that saying, that is a reaction. This is the market producing something because there is something in the culture that this is profitable. And it's profitable because these men work so much. These young men work so much. They have no life. They have no ability to go out and date. So just to have some human contact, any human contact, they would go to these places and just talk to girls. Or they'll go home and read manga, or they'll go and watch hentai, or they'll have all these out. They'll play video games with Stellar Blade looking girls in it, because that's their leisure time. That's their escape from the grind that is being a young Japanese man. So, okay, that sounds like a cultural thing, and that sounds like something that it does sound sad to us, and it is sad for a lot of them because a lot of them don't get married and they don't have kids, and the family is dying, and that's why they have an aging population. Here's the question, Japanese communists. You take away their fucking hentai. You take
Let's
away
see what
their
happens.
manga. You
Let's
take
see
away their
what happens.
fucking video games. What about the girl bars? They only hire pretty young girls. Why not hire Lizzos? What have you done to improve anyone's life? You've just made their life so fucking hard, you're going to see the suicide rate just spike. But they don't really care because they're young men. They don't care. So thank you, feminists of Japan who are actual communists. Thank you, communists of Japan, for wanting to kill the young men. The one chance you have of reversing this, you're going to kill them off. And all you're doing is increasing suffering. That's all you haven't fixed a single thing. What, you want the UN to come in and fix Japanese culture? Good luck. Good luck with that. Japan's just going to tell you to fuck yourself. We're Japanese. You're not. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I hope that this this is probably not gonna the UN's gonna be, what the fuck is this? What?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, this is from the JCP. What is that? Japanese Communist Party, sir. He's like, is that a thing? I thought JCP is JC Penney's. What the hell?
It would totally be for it. They would get fucking Hermione Granger would show up as the goodwill ambassador of the UN's women feminist movement, and they would make a big show of it. But again, they have bigger fish to fry. They have bigger fish to fry. There are women in much worse situations in the multitude of Muslim countries that exist, and you're telling me you're going to go after Japan's like fictional girls depictions in cartoons and media versus before you go after girls being imprisoned for 20 years because they ripped off their headscarf? Okay, go ahead. That's going to be really bad optics. I
think they I can see, like, if they start like an Iranian Muslim communist party. It's like, so can you look at this contract? They immediately just like get captured and they disappear.
Yeah,
they're just gone.
Eat their asses.
Oh man. All right, let's see what the chat has to say about this. Basically, we riot if there's no booba. That's actually how I feel.
Yep.
Let's see. Japanese supremacy, finally something I can get behind. True. Let's see. Japanese neo-fascist is the ruling elite.
Peekaboo is pinkaboo. I see Peekaboo doing a lot of pinko kami shit in the chat. So
yeah, he hates Peekaboo hates Japan. He hates Japan.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's it's fine if you hate them.
I'm sure they hurt him in a very sensitive place.
Yeah. Let's see. Communism isn't just a West issue though. It's not.
No.
It's not. But the thing is that like it's we know when communism is bad. Like we see it. Like we've seen it in Venezuela. We've seen it in Cuba. We've seen it in Mao China. Like we've seen it everywhere. Mao's killed a lot of people, man. It's like that's the reason why we agree that communism is bad. And a lot of people's like, oh, the reason why you think like that because we never really actually successfully tried communism here in the US. It's like, yeah, it's not gonna happen, man.
We
It's not gonna
have.
happen here.
This country is about as, I would say, socialist / fascist as China is at the moment. Yeah, we're doing it, and it sucks.
Currently, yes. Currently,
Yeah.
in the current regime, yes. Let's say they want to create a a generation zero. In order to succeed, they must destroy everything that
Yes,
is
a great
love.
cultural reset. Yeah, that worked.
Yeah,
out last time,
the
too.
Great Reset. Yeah.
Mhm.
See, I said I didn't think communism was still prevalent in Japan after a guy killed a communist politician with a sword. Jesus.
Oof.
Funny thing about a mind virus, as long as you give it a place where it can like metastasize and incubate, then it'll come
Mhm.
back, and that's what we call universities.
Yep. And here's the thing. I guarantee these Japanese communist people, they were praising when Shinzo Abe was assassinated.
Oh yeah,
They were
Yep.
probably like, yes. I'm like, are you guys fucking serious, dude? Was the one thing he says, make more babies? Yep. And see, wait, they're trying this in a country that has vending machines with used panties. Good luck, commies. Oh man, I want to go to Japan, dude.
oh it's
I want to
fantastic.
go to Japan. Oh man.
Andrew dropped me this tidbit when we met yesterday. I don't know if I can, but I think it's fine. So I think GNG is making draft plans to set up an event in Tokyo. And if they do, he wants in on it because, like, right, he's the guy who facilitates Westerners in Asian countries. Like, if that really manifests, he wants in to help GNG make that happen. So I think if that materializes, then I think that's a good time for you, Phil.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yep. You use it as a business expense. Let's see. Seeing a Japanese communist protest sounds similar to a guy at a street, a corner of Seattle, with a "End of the World" cardboard sign.
No,
Yep.
sorry, man, it's different. In Seattle, that's everybody. In Japan, it's one guy.
Yep. Let's see. Okay, I'm drunk. I'm out. Thanks, everyone. I vote on bunny outfits. Yes. Have a good night, Marley. I'm pretty sure you're
approved.
yeah, you're like out for like 13 minutes already. So take it easy. Yeah, rest in peace, Toriyama. I will never forget your contributions to Dragon Quest. Yep. Toriyama. What a freaking legend. Let's see. Never underestimate the petty causes the UN takes up.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I can see it. I can see him doing something stupid
remember,
like this.
Sweet Baby Inc. and the government, specifically the government of Canada and other governments, like taking up the cause of online censorship. You have to remember that, what was it, 20 years ago, 15 years ago? Anita Sarkeesian and I think it was Brianna Wu appeared before the UN urging them, the governments of the world, to watch the internet. This is where all this hate and misogyny and racism festers. You need to control this. And they listened. They listened to him. So Anita Sarkeesian went away. Her shit failed, but her ideas and her urging on of world governments to police the internet, well, in the UK, you will go to jail for spicy memes.
Yep, and it still lives on to today.
Yep.
Unfortunately. Let's see. It is similar to asking a person if a
Chick with dick.
futanari should have balls or no balls. What is the correct answer? I don't know, Calvitenio. What do you think they should have balls or no balls?
You answered the question.
Yeah, you answer the question. And chat, do not Google futas. And if you do, make sure you're on VPN and set your location to like to I don't know, Russia or something. I don't know, man. Oh shit. And they say I swear I was listening but playing Helldivers. Yep, your Helldivers is really good, man. I will play Helldivers starting Monday. I will download it and I'll play it. In that. Yep. Let's see. Girl bar equals thirst trap.
Yeah,
I remember there was a girl bar scene in Persona 5. I remember there was a scene where you go to a girl bar in Persona 5. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, it sounds depressing though. So what's happening to those young males in Japan?
Mhm.
Yep, let's see. Nobody paying $20 an hour to drink with someone who looks like
Correct.
Lizzo.
The proof is in the staff.
Yep. Let's see. Bruv, I'd take you take those away. You take those away from otakus. Japan might go Empire of the Rising Sun again. Yep.
Hey man, I don't see that as a bad thing. Maybe they're onto something there. Like break the seal. You
Yep,
want to keep China in line? Break the seal. Remember the last time Japan had a powerful military? I know China does.
Yep.
Unleash
Let's see.
Japan.
So we have OnlyFans, Twitch, and YouTube. What's the difference between girl bars and girl streamers?
Exactly right. The
Yep.
difference is though is that
Physical contact.
physical
Yes.
contact, and the girls, they they don't just sit there and go give me money. They actually talk to them. It's flirting. And
Yeah.
if you're an asshole or if you're awkward, they don't talk to you. It's like you're paying for their time. The girls are employed there to actually engage with people. And again, it's just to have social contact. There's there's no promises of sex. In fact, again, that's prohibited actually in those bars. There's other districts you can go to where that is a promise, but not all of them. And if a girl bar is advertising itself as a girl bar, like a $20 an hour thing, then it's just so you can have engagement. It's just so they can sit with you, smile at you, ask you about your day. You tell them about your day. What do you do when you're not here? And you just talk to somebody, and then they take shots and they have a good old time. And it's because they can't do it otherwise. It is kind of sad, but at the same time, it's like, well, what's wrong with it?
Yeah, let's see. I would love to visit Japan. Yeah, Japan is one of
It's
the
great.
bucket lists for sure.
It's great. It's great. I've been there a couple of times. But
Is it now? Is it expensive?
No, it's expensive to live there.
I think you'll be able to manage, Phil, as long as you. Yeah.
No, it's 150 of their yen to our dollar, and even with the exchange rate, I found that
the exchange rate in Japan is pretty bad right now, according to Colleague. So it's a good chance to try right now.
Yeah,
and we might. I'm not sure if I'm going, but my mom and my uncle are probably going to Japan this June. So, but yeah, it's good. Japan's great. It's like,
and when
what
even
you
when
see
you
in Persona
exchange the
5.
dollar. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna tell Phil what you see in Persona 5. It's a really, really good depiction of Tokyo, Japan.
Okay,
Yeah,
for
dollar
Shibuya,
exchange is actually pretty low too. Like even if they have coffee and Starbucks there and stuff, and it's actually a couple bucks less than the U.S. if you change it to dollars.
How long's the flight?
Flight
For
there was
you,
like
it's
12 hours. Yeah,
It's gonna be long because it's pretty near me. So for me,
12
it takes
hours
like,
that's actually not bad.
12 hours,
Yeah.
and the ticket prices if you're not going to during a time of festival are actually impressively low. Of course, I flew
Okay.
Boeing, so
yeah, Japan's great.
You flew Boeing? Oh
no,
man,
I don't know.
I'm glad you
I
made
was
it
not
back alive.
American. I don't know if it was a Boeing or not. Probably was.
But yeah, it's because so when I went to London, it was 11 hours. Was it? It was 10 or 11
Really?
hours. I remember.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
It's not too
Wow.
bad.
Okay. But to Japan, it's 12. Okay. That's
Well,
I find that weird.
London, we're flying over the U.S. right over the Atlantic to get there versus this way we're flying past Hawaii. Right, we're flying, so we're going that way. So
Okay, yeah. Okay, got it.
Count Dankula was in prison for memes. Is that true?
He was
A while ago.
a long time
Sheesh.
ago, and then they decided that we won't keep you in prison, but we'll fine you 900 pounds. And he's like, well, I'm not paying it. And of course, if you don't pay the fine, your ass goes right back to prison. So you know what they did instead? So because it was all this negative attention, it was this big case about free speech. So they just went into his account and took it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy. See, according to Nick Ricada, there should be balls. Otherwise, you're just dealing with a dick. Oh my fucking wow. Okay. All right. So yeah. All right. So let's see. Let's see. Ogami is an apologist for Japanese neo-fascists.
Cool. Copy and paste where I said that.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, copy and paste it. Let's see. Japan has I said rent a girlfriend and rent a family. That's actually sort of sad at the same time.
Yeah, there's an anime called Rent a Girlfriend, right? There's an anime about it actually.
Hmm. You see, Capitano says, not sure if Philippines still has beer houses because
They
during
do.
the year I lived there, no one tried to drag me to one.
There is still. But yeah, a lot of them closed down during the lockdowns during COVID because like they mandated all liquor, they banned all liquor, so a lot of them closed down. But I think they're making a comeback now. Or they have
Okay.
made a comeback already if they haven't.
Yeah. Peekaboo. Okay. Whenever we're talking shit about China, we're not talking shit about China as a country. We're talking about the fucking government. Okay. Like I
Yeah.
have family members who knows actual government, like high imperial governments over there, like the fucking
Wait,
generals and
isn't
shit like that.
Pinko the one who just said I was an apologist for neo-fascist Japan? What do you think China is? The CCP is a neo-fascist government as well.
Yeah. And
What the
yeah,
hell are
like
you
and
talking
here's
about, dude?
like here's the thing. Okay. Like I've never been. I had the opportunity to go when I was younger, but I've never been. But the thing is that China is the Chinese people are good. The country there is nice. The food there is great. It's the government that's bad. Now, if you are pro communism, then that's completely different. And if you do, then that's completely different, right? It's like because you guys don't have Tiananmen Square in your history books. You guys don't have the massacres of Mao Zedong, right? You killed like hundreds of millions of people. Like you guys don't have that in your history book if you are actually from China, right? So, and the one children policy, and if you have a female, like they take the female away. Like I have a friend that lost his sister like that, and if you think that's good, then you should probably, seek help because that's pretty fucked up.
Well, hey, you say that, but there's a lot of people in our space, and when I mean our space, the fan space, who some of them is just a meme that Thanos was right, but a lot of people actually believe that. And Thanos was a fucking idiot. So we can go into that later, but that's not correct. When you start trying to control the population, you don't know what the effects you're going to have. And in the case of Mao Zedong, he was afraid that industrialization would mean that everyone would start having babies all left and right. And so that's why he imposed one-child poverty, because the new generations would just eat us out of house and home. That was his words. What he didn't know was what every economist knows, is that as a country becomes industrialized, your birth population, your birth rate just goes down naturally. That's just part of the deal. But so two things happened at the same time. China became industrialized and their birth rate went down naturally. And you made sure that there was a 2-to-1 ratio of men in 20, 30 years. That's why China's population is about to collapse. We were just talking about Japan. They have an aging population. China has the oldest population on Earth. Their average population is 50 to 55. That's well past replacement. That's well past the capability to replace your population. We're probably looking in the next 50 years, they're going to lose a third of their population just from age, and they're not going to be able to replace them.
Yeah,
So,
and I believe
good job,
recently
Mao. Manage your class.
Didn't they recently lift the one-child policy?
Yeah, they lifted it quite a while ago because they realized we're fucking ourselves with this.
When
But
did
it's
they
too late.
lift it? When
We
did
can
they
look it up.
lift?
It wasn't that long ago, but it was a while ago. But yeah, they realized, yeah, this is stupid. Like there's 2-to-1 men in China.
2000 they lifted it in 2015. So
Too
it's
late.
like
Way too
like,
fucking late.
it's like not even 10 years ago.
On the other
And
side,
the thing is that and here's the thing, like the thing is that my family like my stepdad, like he does business in China. Right? And ever since China opened back up, well, why didn't he go back? It's because China it's not great over there in terms of business, right? Like he actually like he started a company that what's it called, sold copper, like with his buddies and stuff like that. And ever since COVID and stuff like that, like he's like he can't go back. It's because the Chinese people are so not the Chinese people, the Chinese government is so worried about about how like they look in the public eye. They lie about their COVID positivity, like the actual percentage. Like everyone in China, like when he says everyone, he talked about like 90% of people in China, and then this is like a year or two ago, has COVID. But in the reports are like, oh, actually, we're actually down by a lot. We only have 33% positive. It's like, no, it's like is because he calls his mom who lives in Shanghai, and he's like, "How's everyone over there?" It's like everyone, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
And just think about what happened with Hong Kong. Like, don't even get me started with that shit, dude. It's like
Yeah,
same thing with
Hong
Taiwan.
Kong is a perfect storm of just shit, of just a bunch of fuck shit going on. You have a bunch of communists who have Western mentalities when it comes to economics, which is fucking stupid. The Occupy Wall Street ideology, that was what the Hong Kong protests were about. At the same time, you have the Chinese CCP, which is, I don't even call them really communists anymore. They're fascists now. They've shifted. So now you have them taking over and completely fucking up the population and society of Hong Kong, and they're fighting with the communists that the young people with the Western ideas of communism. We have to fight the so it's just a perfect storm of just everyone just fucking up the entire society of Hong Kong. At the same time, the CCP is relocating native born Hong Kong people. I don't know what you call them, Hong Kongians, to another place on the mainland so they can replace them with mainland Chinese populations. And it's just a giant shit show. It's awful.
And the thing is that I will agree that the CCP is great if they release all of the Uyghur Muslims right now. I will say it.
Yeah, but they're not gonna. You know why?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Because we were talking about the UN, the Japanese Communist Party going to the UN as if the UN is going to do anything. The UN is on board with the Uyghur Muslim camps. And the reason why is because of the dozen or so Muslim nations, all of them sit on the Human Rights Committee, and they've all signed off on them. The only nations that have a problem with the Uyghur Muslim camps are non-Muslim Western Christian nations like ours and the UK and Sweden. And all of us in the West have a problem with this jailing people because they're Muslims. But Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Iran, all these powerful Muslim countries, they've visited those camps and said, yeah, this is fine. No, they're fine. So China and all these Middle Eastern countries that claim to be pro-Muslim are okay with, they've signed off. And there's way more of them on the Human Rights Committee in the UN than there are of us, quote unquote, the Westerners who aren't even freaking Muslim. So that problem's not going to go away, and China's been signed off on. And the reason I call them fascists is because they're not communist the way Mao is anymore. They haven't been that way in a long time. They've realized that economics is king, but they still want to control it. And so what they have is governments creating government-owned corporations, and everyone who wants to do business in China has to be at least partially, if not mostly, owned by the Chinese government. The system of government where you have the government controlling and either outright owning or controlling corporation and private industry is fascism. So to be fair, life under a fascist dictatorship is still better than life under a communist Politburo. But again, we're talking about piles of shit. One shit has frosting on it, and it tastes a little bit better than the pile of shit without frosting.
Yeah.
But go ahead and tell me how I'm pro-fascist.
Yeah. Like if we're pro-fascist, then we would lick the boot of Xi Jinping. But good thing that Jay tripped over Winnie the Pooh. That was an amazing moment. See, Thanos deleted half of the universe's population because he wanted Lady Debs to love him. True, and that's how it should have been.
Correct. Yes,
that's how it should have been.
But in the movies, they made it this crusade to save life, and way too many people I know were like, "Oh, he's got a good point." The way to, mostly it was communist people. The way to save the Earth is to delete half the population. That would do it. It's like you're all fucking morons, all of you.
Yeah. As Asians, we need to rise up. Yep, basically, yeah. Like Bing Chiling John Cena would be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize that calling Taiwan a country. I'm sorry. 我喜欢go 中国中国。
我喜欢冰淇淋。
Yeah, 我喜欢冰淇淋。冰淇淋很好啊。
To a table, and he instead bent the knee. Amazing.
Yeah. Oh shit, dude. Let's see. China had a one-child policy a while, and what they did think was going to happen. Yeah, it's going to take a while. It's basically they have like billions of people over there, so it's going to take a while for them to normalize again.
They have over 1 billion people. Within 50 years, they'll have maybe 700, 800,000.
So here's my advice to those China businessmen. Instead of coming over here and buying up all the houses and having a family back in China where you have a wife and like several kids over there, and coming over here and buying all the fucking houses here in the US and having a family here, you have another family here. How about you just stay in China and just have your family there, so you make your population go back up. I think that'll probably be a better way. But the thing is that they love the American money, right? They love the opportunity here, so that's the reason why.
I don't blame them. It's in my neighborhood. It's all like multi-million-dollar homes. Up if you walk up the hill, suddenly you have these big mansion. Most of them are owned by Chinese nationals. You can tell they're Chinese nationals by the way
they don't even live here. It's like a summer house. They come over here and live for like a couple months, and they leave.
I think a lot of them are fleeing, and they're fleeing because, hey, I don't blame them. Life is better here. They can come here, buy a big ass house, and the taxes are relatively, comparatively speaking, extremely low, even here in California, and they have a ton of money. So it's like, yeah, they're all gonna move here, and they don't just buy like a house, they buy like a compound. So like the entire extended family comes over, and yeah, we see them walking their dogs and stuff. And again, Chris, my wife, she speaks Chinese and she knows Mandarin, and she can tell just by their accents, like, oh, mainlander, they're from Beijing, they're from Shanghai. Yep.
Yeah, let's see. Too many Chinese men, no women. Yep, true. See, I remember I had a class that talked about population control and Malthus, but Malthus' theory failed to account for innovation. So I don't really know why they thought it was valid.
I know why. Because he's a fucking expert. And so when the experts crunch the numbers of what they know, then they give their conclusion, and it sounds all great. Mao was surrounded by experts. Mao himself was actually very intelligent, and he was surrounded by experts, and all the experts told him the same thing. If we continue with this path toward modernization, where we're going to get as a baby boom, and that boom will last for years, and it will eat us out of everything. We'll consume all the resources, and the young will grow up, and then we'll have more babies, because that's happened every single time that a nation industrialized. So you have to do something about that, and he did. But what they don't know is the future. What they don't know is what new innovations will come. They couldn't have predicted things, but they put these policies in place, and we saw it happen with the lockdowns. All the experts agree, and all the experts came out, and they all told us what was going to happen. None of it was borne out by the evidence. None of it was borne out by the reality, but we're stuck with all the policies they put in place. And there are still places in this country, even now, and not just this country, but multiple countries, where they have these, the leftovers of the lockdowns. You still have to get your COVID shot, or else you might not be able to go to work. You got to wear your mask. If you get a positive test for COVID, you have to take 2 weeks off, and blah, 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 blah. There's places that still do this, even though all of it was proven bullshit.
Yeah. See, I live in Japan, and I have Filipino friends here, but I've been to Philippines 6 times. Nice. I do want to go, but I have to go with someone. Is because according to my mother-in-law, if you go to the Philippines, someone just cut off your finger just to take your ring.
It's okay. It's not that bad. Maybe you should ask Andrew. You should ask Andrew.
It's like, yeah, just be careful when you go to Manila. Just be careful, But when you hear that,
if you went out of your way to go to the shady places, yeah, probably. But in general, you'll be fine.
Okay. All right. That's good. That's good to know. Let's see. As Asians, we need to be stewards of the planet. True, because according to Russell Peters, he said that in the future there'll be no black people, there'll be no white people, everyone will be beige. Right? Everyone will be beige.
Communist years, beige is their favorite color.
Right? It's everyone will be beige. Do you know why? It's because between China and India, there's like almost 4 billion people. Right? So like, sooner or later, we're gonna hump you. It's just like, just let it happen. Just let it happen now. Let's see. The problem is simply authoritarianism. When power is too centralized, there is higher probability of shit.
Pretty simple.
Yep. Let's see. Would you eat shit with or without sprinkles? No shit, please. Sprinkle. His shit with sprinkles. Hold the shit. That's how it's gonna be. Let's see. Excuse me. Let's see. How did we get to 2 Lizzos and banana to 1 cup of chocolate ice cream? What are you talking about? 2 Lizzo bananas? That
I don't know
sounds
what's
like something I don't want. Yeah, Taiwan is a country. Trump said so. Yep, true. And the thing is that they make all the superconductors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
good,
make all of them
good
there.
You know
quality
what's
ones.
sad about
Good-
Taiwan is that they're in the state they're in because we betrayed them, and by we I mean Jimmy Carter.
Fucking
Ch-
Jimmy
The
Carter.
the
Shit.
Republic of China is what Taiwan's government's called. They were our allies in World War II, and then when they had that civil war and the communists took over, the Republic of China people fled to Taiwan. They should have been the ones we supported this whole time. But wait, was it Carter or Nixon? It was one of the idiot presidents who said, "We need to trade with China." And well, if you want to trade with us, you have to recognize that your old allies aren't your allies anymore. Okay. So yeah,
I think it might have been Carter because Carter was a piece of shit. Like he was a weak ass fucking president.
commie ass.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, well, if Mao is right, then what about India? Is India doomed?
Mm.
I don't know.
If Mao was right, India is doomed. Yeah,
Yeah, maybe.
he's not right.
Yeah, let's see. Manila is a bad place, so just go to the province, which is clean and safe. But I have never gone alone. Your mama is right.
Mama,
It-
mama.
in terms of a tourist, yeah, I wouldn't recommend Metro Manila too, as someone who lives in it. It's like because there's nothing for you to see here. If you want the tourist attraction sites to go to unwind, you go to Boracay, Palawan, Subic. You go to our tourist destinations, not here in the capital. People go to the capital to work. To work.
72. Okay.
Yeah, so it was Nixon, that piece of shit.
Good job, dude. Way to go.
You're a fucking piece of shit. Nah, fuck that guy. Let's see. Philippines has a new contracts to produce semiconductors and chips.
I
Not
wouldn't be surprised.
semiconductor. Sorry. Okay,
I wouldn't be
that'd be pretty
surprised.
cool.
Yeah.
If that,
Good.
hey, that's good.
Yeah.
Let's see. Phil should not go to Tondo.
Well, I would still recommend him to go to Binondo if he's still in Manila for the authentic Chinese cuisine, the street food.
If it's Chinese food, I just go to my mom's house.
Yeah, but yeah.
it could be like the Chinoy style, you know?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, it was probably Nixon who was in bed with China. Yeah,
Yep.
piece of shit. All right, let's talk about one last topic. I know that we're going to skip over a bunch of them, but this one, since I know Grae, it's already Easter Sunday for you, but it's it's going to be Easter Sunday for us in about an hour. So this has to do with Easter, and I'm not religious. Dan is not religious. Grae, I'm not sure how.
I'm definitely not.
Okay. But you probably know more of the, Roman Catholic stuff, the Catholicism stuff more than me.
I probably forgot.
I know it pretty
Probably
well.
right.
I was Catholic for most of my
Yeah.
life.
And then
I-
then my wife's family are
I,
like,
I
Catholic
told
too.
Andrew, don't ask me what the hell is Maundy, Thursday, or Good Friday because I have no idea. All
right. So the thing is that this comes from us, from our dumb ass president here in the US.
Boy.
You ready? Today we send a message to all transgender Americans. You are loved. You are heard. You are understood. You belong. You are America. And my entire administration have your back. Maybe if I can smell it first. Now, therefore, I, Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of authority vested in me by the Constitution of the United States, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2024 as Transgender Day of Visibility. Are these guys Chinese? I don't know, because their eyes are pretty small. I call upon all Americans to join us in lifting up the lives of the voices of transgender people throughout our nation's working on discrimination identity. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hands, which I touched a little girl yesterday, and it smells really good still, and I haven't washed it since the 29th day of March in the year of our Lord, 2024, of the independence of the United States of America, 248th, signed Joseph R. Biden Jr. That means that moving forward here in America, Easter Sunday is known as Tranny Day.
Oh boy.
How do you feel?
Well, he, and he put he in quotes. You can't see my quotes because this isn't him. This is the party. He's a puppet of the party, and the party has a lot of balls to declare 2024 the year of our Lord at the same time as putting the stuff that is clearly not biblical. And I say this as someone who is not religious and is a former Catholic, and I'm an anti-theist and all that stuff. So, but I know logic, and so to say that this is the year of our Lord, like you have any kind of fucking reverence for it, and then at the same time say that his grand design is fundamentally flawed and we should all just say screw it on this day. And the other thing is that, what do you mean today's their day of visibility? That's all it is visible. We can't get away from it. It's like Az said, you put it in everything. You make it known in everything. There's no way to not be visible. So what do you mean today's the day? Ridiculous.
Yep.
Isn't there like a shit ton of days that recognizes like each individual like alphabet in the fucking
5 days
pride
of the
flag?
year. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I don't get it. Like it's just there's at least like over 25 days. Like everything is about like, oh, it's either about, non-binary, and it's not even just non-binary encompassing the entire non-binary. It's like non-binary specific version, like specific super, like non-binary person that have his leg, them's legs lopped off, and it's now like a paraplegic. That, and then the next day is a non-binary day for a person who lost a finger or some shit. It's very, very specific. There's like 50 of them, right? So I don't freaking get it, man. It's there's so many. Okay, here's a list. I'm gonna bring it up. Here's a list of everything that's recognized. Okay, so Aromatic Spectrum Awareness Week, LGBTQIA plus Health Awareness Week, Transgender Day of Visibility, which is March 31st, International Asexuality Day, International Day of Pink, Day of Silence, Lesbian Visibility Day, International Day of Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia, and then Agender Pride Day, Harvey Milk Day. I'm assuming that's Harvey Weinstein's milk. Pansexual and pan-romantic awareness day, and then June, the entire fucking month, and then there's a couple more days in June because you gotta double down. Stonewall Day, International LGBTQ plus Day, International Non-Binary People Day, International Drag Day. So yeah, someone said, is there a drag day? Yes, there is. And then and then Bisexual Awareness Week, celebrate Bisexuality Day. Entire month of October is LGBT History Month, and International Lesbian Day, National Coming Out Day, Gender. Oh, there's so many. It's just fucking insane.
Well, we just need a day to see that they're visible. It's totally different than I saw one at the end there was Transgender Awareness Day. That's totally different than Transgender Visibility Day. Come on. I mean, they're different words.
Yeah, so like transgender visibility day of visibility is for blind people. It's for blind people and Asian people with small eyes, right? And this transgender day of remembrance. So that one is that it's like the crazy thing is like, are they recognizing the people who have like mental breakdowns and like shoot up schools? Are they recognizing that?
Disproportionately represented by the alphabet people.
Yeah. So this is and then this person put Happy Trans Visibility Day and
Hey, I thought Joan Rivers died. What's going on here?
Big Mike. I don't know, man. Grae, how do you feel about this, man? This is craziness that's happening here in the West.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like it keeps getting worse. Like hopefully you guys install someone who can rectify all this BS. But yeah, again, it's like there's a reason why I don't want to get into our own politics too here in the Philippines, because it's absurd too. But the thing is, it's not woke craziness here in the Philippines. It's just it's just sheer amount of corruption in the Philippines. That's why I don't give a shit anymore. It doesn't matter who your dog is in the game because everybody's just a corrupt piece of shit. That's why I don't want to get into. I don't want to get into politics. It's like it doesn't really change my life. Whoever I want to win, whoever gets the seat, it's just a bunch of selfish elites wanting it for their own nefarious purposes. But anyway, yeah, and I hope you guys get to fix this whatever LGBTQIA plus awareness BS going on practically a daily basis.
Yeah. All right.
A lot of
But
the country is.
hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, my terrible Joe Biden reading was up to snuff. I know I didn't mumble as much as he would, but like I did my best, chat room. Let's see. Let's see. I am born and raised Catholic, a Catholic and Latino. Nice. Let's see. I don't think Biden is Catholic, even if he says he is. He's not.
Are you denying his identity?
Oh shit. Let's see. The Passion of the Christ Resurrection Part 1 is in production status and coming to theaters on April 18, 2025.
Oh,
Posters
boy.
IMDb.
Wait, is that a remake? Are
No,
they
it's a
remaking
sequel.
a sequel?
In the Passion, we got to see him beat to death and killed.
Yeah, the Resurrection.
Now we
Resurrection
get to
Part
see
1.
him come back and kick
Ah, Resurrection.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
okay.
second
okay.
coming.
No, it's the first coming. The second coming will be with the end of the world. Yeah.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
first time he comes, right?
Yeah.
And then the second time he's gonna climax. Even though
The last climax of Earth.
yeah, the part 2 will be the big climax. Oh shit. Let's see. Well, that's not entirely correct. March 31st is Easter this year, but it changes in the liturgical year every year. Okay, yeah. So I wonder if he's trying to make like every Easter is that day. Because if that is the day, it's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like there's even okay, the amount of Muslims in the world are probably it probably overshadows Christians now. So, but the thing is that you still have a lot of people in his base that are Christians or Catholics or whatever, right? People who celebrate Easter. Now, according to what I heard, Christmas and Easter is a pagan holiday. It's a made up pagan holiday. Is that true?
The practices of them are, but we're talking probably 1,000 years of history where the local customs were incorporated into the religion because the church rightly said, well, they celebrate this time of year anyway, so let's make it Christian. And they get to keep their celebrations, they get to keep their customs and traditions as long as they go to church and have the mass too. So it was a compromise and a win-win. We're not going to burn all the heretics at the stake. We're just going to let them paint their eggs or give their gifts or burn the Yule log and decorate the tree. But you come to mass and you celebrate this Christian thing too. So
Okay.
yeah, it's one of those things where they to make peace among people, they let them keep their customs. You just didn't get to keep your gods.
Okay. All right, cool. Because I'm completely unaware of this kind of stuff, so it's good.
Yeah,
it's
the
good to
Christmas
know.
tree, the Yule log, that's it's not just pagan, that's Norse, man. That was paying tribute to Odin and Freya and
That's
Thor
awesome.
and all that. Yeah, so when you decorate your tree and you burn
love
your
that
Yule
shit.
log, you are paying homage to the Great Father.
Oh man, like see,
Ooh.
I love Greek and Norse mythology, dude. Like it's so
Yeah.
fuck,
Yeah.
it's one of the
One of my
like, two
favorite
the
memes
coolest.
was it's a picture of like this Viking and it says they say he's Thor, and the caption reads, "Allah, never heard of her."
Oh shit. Let's see. So transformer males can celebrate visibility by looking for painted eggs.
That was always allowed. There was never a rule against this.
Yeah, their day visibility would have been more fitting on Monday. Damn, because they're fools. Damn. What about Drag Race? Yeah, Drag Race definitely won. Let's see, didn't they already have a month of visibility? Yep, but they want more.
No, they have awareness. It's awareness.
Yeah,
not just-
awareness. Yeah, it's aware. Yeah, true. Next year, Easter's on 420.
Oh
That's awesome.
shit!
That's awesome.
That bunny is bringing different treats next year.
Yeah, it's gonna be weed. So basically everything laced with weed, which is awesome. Lesbian visibility day sounds interesting as long as the lesbians are hot. All right, if they're fat and ugly, get them out.
Does visibility
Right.
include the bruises from their? Never mind.
Let's see.
Highest
But the
instance
pretty
of domestic violence, lesbian. Yeah.
it's pretty disgraceful. These folks have the gall to claim they are Catholic while spitting on their faith. Exactly. That's fucking crazy.
Yep.
Harvey
Yep.
Milk. Oh yeah, it's oh yeah, they made a movie about it. Harvey Milk is a gay martyred
Yeah.
San Francisco politician. No, yeah, they made a movie about it. I
Back
forgot.
on treatment.
Yep.
A worthy cause. Yeah.
Let's see. It's okay to be normal. I got made fun of for being Korean, and me and my Vietnamese friend invite everyone over for dinner. Enough said. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Let's see. National Go Fuck Yourself Day. Yep, true. Let's see. Anyway, not a great day for Biden's re-election campaign. How about a day for all victims of school shootings?
Hey, get that kid David Hogg. He'll be all for that.
Yep.
Just be inconvenient when you see the disproportion of alphabet people who do it.
Yep. Let's see. Mel Gibson strikes back. Yep. Mel Gibson's based. He's based. Let's see. Baptist Korean here. Nice. See, for me, like, I need to baptize my son. Like, and the thing is that like we need to baptize him earlier rather than later, because if later on he's like, "Daddy, why aren't you baptized?" I'm like, "Fuck." Then I have to do it, man. Like my wife asked me, "Is like, what happens if Ollie asks, it's like, why isn't Daddy baptized?" And then she go, "Yeah, why aren't you baptized, Daddy?" And I'll do it for him. I will do it for him. See, the practices maybe, but the basis no. Yeah, and what it is now, what Christmas and Easter represents now is completely different. Yep, like see, yeah, who needs ugly fat lesbians? Nobody. But well, at least we don't want to see any of them. We don't want to see any of them. Let's see. Thought Transformers visibility days is whenever they go around topless, show off their pectoral scars.
So cringe.
That's fucking cringe, dude. Let's see. Let's see. All right, cool. I think we're good here. I don't think we have anything else. Grae, what are you up to, man?
Yeah, so I got to finish Grand Blue Fantasy Relink this long weekend, so I can start writing and making the video. Fingers crossed before the release of Stellar Blade. So yeah, and I'm also playing other games, so I'll just make the video when I'm ready for those. Yeah, that's about it for me for the
All
for
right,
this
cool.
incoming
And
week.
all right, that's cool. And you can find all of Grae's stuff in the description below. You guys want to follow him for all that stuff. And yeah. Dan, I know you're not really on social media or anything like that, but thank you so much for coming on, dude. Really
You'll
appreciate
find
it.
me in the Discord for Sweet Baby Ink Detected though, and if you come and play Helldivers, look for me there too. It's under the name I am here. Yeah, as far as work, finished up my 10 episodes for the one client for Leo and Layla's History's Adventures. You can find that on YouTube, and I'll be moving on to, well, I'll be looking for another client, but my hopes aren't very high. I start my regular job next week, and then if I can't, the industry is shrinking, and I don't see it coming back, so it might be time for me to move on and get retrained in something else, and we'll see how that goes. Apparently, diesel mechanics are in very high demand. So
yeah, and it's good to like if you know something like messes up with your car, at least you know how to fix it or anything like that.
if I get a diesel, but those are going to be banned
Yeah.
in California. That you can't get gas cars in California after I think next year.
2025 for regular
Oh,
gas,
that's
and then actual like pickup trucks and stuff like that will be 2030.
Hey, everyone! Gavin Newsom wants to run the country, so he's going to ban cars for the planet, but he wants to bring that message to the whole country.
Yep.
I think Texas should just secede at this point.
Hell yeah. And you can find me everywhere at Mr. Phillip Chan 2. Well, Mr. Phillip Chan 2 is my YouTube, and you find me everywhere, Mr. Phillip Chan. You guys can also follow us at Project Eggroll on X. We usually post random shit there. I usually post funny memes and stuff like that. But yes, what's it called again? I will be Grae won't be able to do it since he's working that day, but I will be going live with Film Threat on Monday.
Sweet.
Film Threat, and we'll be talking versus with Gore and my long lost father Alan Ning. We'll be talking about Godzilla, King Kong. What's it called? A New Empire. And, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I watched it earlier today, which is pretty cool. And what's it called again? Next week, next Saturday. My birthday is in the middle of the week, but we will be celebrating my birthday next Saturday on stream. So that'll be
All
pretty
right.
cool. Yeah, and after that, I will be headed to the Vegas meetup with FNT and Geeks and Gamers.
Oh, yeah.
On the week of April 8th. So I'll be gone. So but I'll still be going live on on Saturdays. But yes, we have 90% confirmed the date for her, but we have confirmed that she will be coming on in the later in April. Chrisanova will be coming on, which is going to be pretty damn cool. So yeah. Anyways, if you guys haven't already done so, smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share this video with your friends. We will be back next Saturday, and we'll look out for some segments if you guys missed the streams and stuff like that. But yes, thank you guys so much for hanging out. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Dan, for coming on. We really appreciate you for hanging
Always
out.
a pleasure. I'm always on here. You guys will see me in the chats over at FNT and Geeks and Gamers and stuff too. Make sure you say hi. But yeah, it's always a pleasure to be on with you guys. It's always fun to talk. We went for over 4 hours. It doesn't feel like that. Although I am hungry,
Yeah.
you know.
All right, cool. Thanks everyone. Make sure to subscribe to what's it called again? All our other stuff. Go ahead and check out Film Threat. I'll be on there. I'm pretty guys. You already subscribed to Film Threat. What's it called again? And yeah, we'll see you guys next Saturday. Take care.
Good night. Happy Easter. Bye bye.
Yeah, happy
Easter.
Happy Easter.